Let's go. We're spilling ever. Okay. Good morning. You ready? Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, January 8th. It is 9:01 a.m. All council members are present. John King is remote. Town manager, town attorney, and town clerk. If you please rise for your invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Through it, the better we'll all be. Before we get started, we need to take a motion, or is there a motion to approve John King to be in the meeting via remote access?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilor Woodson, second by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda or any adjustments to the final agenda? Councilor King? Oh, hold on. Just asking if you had any changes to it. If you had any.
I do not.
Okay. Looks like Judith has got something.
Yes, we have an applicant request a continuance for item B on the public hearings. That's 1479 Estera Boulevard, the Lonnie Kai shared parking lot.
Okay.
They're unable to attend, so they would like to continue to a date certain of January 21st.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the final agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion by Councilor King,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Just want to remind everyone, if you are coming up to speak for public comment, please try to be respectful, and if you can, address all the council members. Please do not make any personal attacks. We're all adults here. We're all going through a lot of stressful situations in our lives, so please be respectful. Madam Clerk?
Yep. I have Robin Capella up first, followed by Sam Lurie.
I'm Robin Capella. Sorry my printer broke last night. Story of my life.
Gotta love technology.
Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I live on Bay Beach Lane. I'm a full-time resident. I'm just here to address a few issues that are really bothering me. I've asked and asked and asked again what the town council's vision is for the future of FMB. I've had a couple of answers. 3 of you have not answered me. I don't want words like, we want everybody to get along and we want snowbirds and all that. I want real answers, measurable answers. You know, you want 6,000 residents, 60 restaurants, 3 strip malls, 1,000 hotel rooms, 15,000 snowbirds. I want answers like that. 10 new condo buildings, no taller than 17 stories, because we know apparently 17 stories is okay. Tell me what your vision is, because I know people out here have all told you what their vision is, and I think it's only decent that you tell them what your vision is. So I'm asking to give us the decency to tell us what your vision is, or just tell us you're just willy-nillying it around, because I'm asking. Second, please explain why you're good with giving multi-millionaires, billionaires, pretty much whatever they ask, but people that just want to get back their couple of weeks on paradise, why they can't get it. I don't get it. I just want you to explain that to me. They had paradise on FMB for a couple weeks a year, or whatever they had in EIBC, and you're not willing to give them that back. Vice Mayor, I'm perplexed on why you even bother to listen to us. Your speeches, you already have speeches prepared. When Seagate did their very first meeting.
Just address this all, please.
Okay, I've not seen anybody else have these, but the speeches are already made. I've seen where people are set up to be told, oh, what's your ROI? Well, ROI is a number anybody can, there's an old saying that if you ask an engineer what 1 + 1 is, he'll say 2.0. If you ask a mathematician, he'll say 1.99. If you ask an accountant, he'll say, what do you want it to be? At least that's a good accountant joke, and I am an accountant. I can make your ROA be anything you want it to be. Besides the fact, why do we care? It's not up to the town council to care what the developers are making. So why are we doing that? Why is it your concern? It's disheartening to the residents of FMB to spend the time, the money, take off time from work to do this, to stand up here, when you've already made up your mind. And it's already in your letters. It's written down. This silent majority concept is a joke. It's either the greatest political sleight of hand I've ever heard of, or it's bonkers and nobody's listened to it. If you've ever read about think tanks, they'll tell you that in local elections, unless there's a scandal, the incumbent always wins. Okay? The 2% difference is nothing. Is absolutely nothing. It doesn't even attribute it to the incumbent advantage, so it doesn't even make any difference. Both those people should have won. I mean, they're both same. Finally, I want to ask, what really bad thing happens if we develop very slowly and with thoughtfulness? Don't talk to me.
Granted the minimum density permitted, end of story. We would have a development similar to Margaritaville and everything on Sanibel, but no one followed up. No one followed up when Seagate's Tina Ekblad equated a 200-foot view corridor that has absolutely no view from the road with a vertical increase of 200 feet in building height. No one contested it. Using that equation for Wyndham's 460 feet of frontage, they can build a 165-foot wide building with a 300-foot view corridor at a height of 345 feet or 30 stories. They will take that to court with Seagate as precedent, and they will win. Property owners of Myerside, Seagate, Neptune, and Outrigger knew their property rights to build when they purchased the properties. It's not council's job to social engineer the island. It's their job to enforce the existing LDC and comp plan. Council members took an oath to uphold the laws and regulations. That implies the LDC and comp plan. If you don't like it, there's a procedure. It's a lengthy process that includes public input, not a pick and choose random granting to individual developers. I was an active real estate developer, active real estate broker. When the original comp plan was written, no one on council was here, but it is the current rule. It's lengthy and well vetted. It's a living document. It can be changed. Consistent rules and applications make for a consistent market. Doubt creates a volatile market. Council's decisions are so scattered and erratic, there is no consistency. That will always generate a volatile and unhealthy market. There's an easy fix. You can do it today, but it takes some intestinal fortitude on the part of council. There have been no approvals by Lee County, no shovels in the ground. Make a motion. Revoke these non-conforming plans for Myerside, Neptune, and Seagate and stick to the comp plan. Have developers resubmit plans that comply. If you don't like the comp plan, initiate the process to change it. The current breaches of the comp plan will create decades of lawsuits long after you leave office. Don't make that your legacy. Stop this nonsense of picking winners and losers and phantom public benefit and get back to your responsibilities in the business of the town. You can get back on track today, and no one can sue the town for enforcing our existing LDC and comp plan. This is a matter of ethics and upholding the oath of office. Thank you. Any time left?
Haven't heard the buzzer yet.
I want to tell you, first of all, in case I missed it at the end, I'm here today to ask you to reconsider your vote on Seagate Red Coconut. Reconsider it, discuss it again, and make the developer come back with a better plan. He's capable of it. You're capable of arranging that. Have that done. Back to the comprehensive plan. This is the original plan right here. Original town council, original LPA, Mayor Anita Saracita, Vice Mayor Ray Murphy, Councilman Dan Hughes, Mulholland, Fitzsimons, on and on and on. The original LPA, Betty Davis, Simpson, Roxy Smith, Mulholland, Campbell, Lehman, Dan Hughes, on and on and on. What they really should have done is added one more line down here at the bottom, which said, and the good people of the town of Fort Myers Beach. That's really what they should have done here, because that's who was involved in putting this plan together. And I'll tell you how that happened. It didn't fall down from the sky. It wasn't introduced to us by divine intervention, at least not that I know of. It was put together by the people listed here on these pages, listed here out in these seats, some that are not still with us, Most of them still are. When the planners, when we hired the planners for this, we had sessions down at Bay Oaks. They were called charrettes. What they did was the planners came in and they facilitated these gatherings of the whole town. The whole town was invited. All the townspeople came. They had 20 to 30 easels, maybe 40 easels, set up in Bay Oaks. When you walked in, they gave you a bunch of Sharpies and crayons and said, have at it. The assignment that day was to go up to the easels and write down what you thought the town of Fort Myers Beach should look like. No constraints on money or any other constraints involved at all. Just your ideas. And everybody went at it. They went at it for hours. And those were all accumulated. All those pages from the easels were taken down and they were assembled, and the planners took them back, worked on them, came up with plans. The plan started like this and it ended up like this, and this is what it is today, right here. And it's not just a plan, it's the law. It's ordained on Fort Myers Beach. This is the law of Fort Myers Beach, okay? So, I ask you, again, to reconsider your vote on this item and do what is right. Do what is right. Follow the plan. Follow this plan. It's a good plan. And you'll find out in here, when you're reading it, all the good portions of it, and what that site, what the potential of that site is, the true potential of that site is.
Thanks, Ray.
So I ask you again, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks again for your consideration, and please vote to reconsider your vote.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Yeah, come on up, Jesse.
My name's Jessie Titus, and I'm here to ask you to reconsider your vote. I'm here to ask you to work for our benefit, the people who have stood behind you and have become your friends. A toilet and a walkover is not what we want. This town deserves better and more. What we, the people, want is for this island to be what we intended the future to look like when we all came together and devised the comp plan, an award-winning plan, and a plan that is very clear, crystal clear, regarding our main purpose in breaking away from Lee County. If you actually negotiated a toilet and a walkover to be what we, the people, wanted in exchange for our way of life, well, your negotiating skills suck. When Mayor Dan, for instance, when Mayor Dan asked Seagate Matt twice if he would like to voluntarily withdraw the project and return with another, did you notice that Seagate Matt didn't say no? He didn't say no twice. He said twice, not at this time. You should have taken his lead, voted against the project, and have him come return without prejudice, as per Councilman Safford's motion. The townspeople would be hailing your decision instead of wanting to remove you. We will not forget how you had the opportunity to save what's precious to us and did not. We will not forget, and we will not forgive you for doing this to us. This is not a threat, it's just the way it is. You will be a council member to a town of people who will no longer even want to say hello to you. You will go down in our town's history as betraying us. Please give this town, please save this town from that, and I promise you that this town will survive quite nicely and will prosper and flourish even more without Seagate Matt's towers. This is your golden opportunity to turn this around and prove to everyone that you really do care what we the people desire and what we deserve. Please don't let this happen. Please change your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Come on up.
Good morning, Council. My name is Lori Webster, and I am a very sad resident of Denora Boulevard. I'm here speaking again because it's important. At your last meeting, you made a monumental decision that will negatively impact this island and its residents. It's especially sad that what you did could be revisited if only one of the 3 yes votes would listen to the people they represent. Instead, anyone who sent an email asking for that action was met with a form reply. No thoughtful responses, explanations, or even invites to discuss it. Just a stalwart refusal to face the music that you composed. The people of this island are angry, Some of those people are dealing with their anger in ways that I personally do not condone. It's not helpful. It does not help the cause that we are fighting for. And for that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to deal with threats and pitchforks. It shouldn't be this way. Truly, all we needed was for the people elected to be our voice, to listen to the people who elected them. There will be more proposals coming that go against our code. Hopefully none of them are as egregious as the Seagate project. All the concessions without any benefit to the people who live here. Please don't repeat the mistake you made 2 weeks ago. Please don't litter our skyline with more high rises. It's not what our little piece of paradise is about. Please listen. Please interact. Please do the right thing for the right reasons. We need to protect our little island before we lose it.
Anyone else? Bill, come on.
Council, Mayor, Bill Veach for the record. I was looking at the town charter the other day, and it says explicitly that the council are elected officials who are accountable to the citizens. Doesn't mention anything about being accountable to the bottom line of developers. That, as they would say in HR circles, is not in your job description. This whole process, I think, had a lot of problems from the beginning. Number one is, and I understand part of the Sunshine Law, there was a lot of negotiations that was going on behind the scenes with the developers, between councilmen and between staff. That was not part of the public eye. In this negotiation, the people of Shellmont neighborhood were continually downgraded by a prioritization of getting stuff off of Estero and pushing it right next to neighbors. Imagine if you had a single family home and across the street from you, they were going to put 1,000-foot wide, 250-foot tall wall of condos with decks looking into your yard. It just doesn't fit the neighborhood at all. The other thing is some of the testimony relied upon. There was a lot of talk about people relying on testimony from the former owner of the Pink Shell, saying this be 1/3 of the density that was there. That person fantasies of the developer. This if they put, let's say, just for simple math, 150 units at $1,000 a square foot and they're 4,000 square feet, that's $600 million that they're looking to gain. If those can be built at $500 a square foot, which is just rough numbers, you're talking about, even after land, hundreds of millions of dollars of profit, and you get a bathroom and a walkover. I mean, and you're taking a neighborhood and you're entombing them behind this giant wall, an entire neighborhood. Imagine if this was your neighborhood, how you would feel. So I really encourage you to do the right thing, reconsider this, start again from the comp plan, and work in the public. What the ex-mayor said made a lot of sense. Get the public involved from the beginning, hear their input all the way along. Don't go through a bunch of closed-door negotiations and then walk into a meeting with your minds already made up, because that is not being accountable to the citizens as you're obligated to do in the town charter. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Please, if you don't.
I'd like to thank my constituents who have given me some positive feedback. Whether you want to believe it or not, I do listen to all sides before I make my decisions. And I also want to thank all of the people who have been so kind and helpful with my husband being home and not able to walk, not recovering well. There has been a lot of people that have brought food, they've brought prayers, they've brought a lot of things, and I really, really appreciate that. There was a lot of conversation about my phones. This is my council phone, this is my personal phone. On my personal phone, I have the entire outline and page numbers of what we go through today, so that I can reference it quickly. You will also see me walk out again if I get a phone call from my husband, from physical therapy, from the doctors that we're waiting for referrals on. And I'm hoping that my council members don't have an issue with that. If you do, you need to let me know. I hear none, so we can move on. Thank you.
Councilor Safford?
For the essence of time, I have nothing. I hope Mark has a speedy recovery.
It's not really speedy right now.
And for the sake of time, I will also forego my achievements this time. Next is advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. We have Barbara Hill from CellCab. Sorry, Dave, she was closer.
Good morning, council. This is a cold morning, so I'm hoping everyone's comfortable, but it's Florida, so it's better than being basically anywhere else in the United States, so I'm happy to be here. I am chair of the Cultural and Environmental Learning Center, and as chair, I would like to report to you the meeting that we had last November. And during that meeting, museum manager Adam Knight reported his findings concerning the sustainability of the underground Calusa exhibit, which we call The Stories Beneath Our Feet. As you know, this exhibit was temporarily closed to the public from prior storm surge damage and remains closed until further notice due to new damage from Hurricane Milton. Mound House staff recommended to CellCab at this November meeting that this exhibit close permanently and not undergo planned repairs due to sustainability and budget constraints, among other issues. After considerable debate, CellCab voted unanimously to recommend to council and staff that they explore all possible options to ensure that this underground exhibit can, in fact, be repaired and once again be safely opened to the public. Vice Mayor Adderhold, as council liaison, recognizes CellCab's expertise and long-standing community service as Mound House volunteers. We appreciate his support of our recommendations in the past, and we hope that all the other council members would agree with our vote to work on getting all of the options explored to keep this exhibit open. Lastly, I'm sad to report that Patrick McCown, who was one of our respected CellCab members and author of the beautiful Mound House book, passed away suddenly in early December. He will be greatly missed. I hope council will soon appoint someone to fill this vacancy. Again, please keep this underground exhibit open, and let's look at how to make that happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Barbara, before you run off, I'm sure there's going to be a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Barbara, first of all, thank you for being here this morning. It was a very troubling meeting in November, and I just want to make sure, since we're not allowed to really talk to each other as counselors, that I want to get the input of my colleagues with respect to keeping that underground exhibit open, exploring all options to figure out ways to keep it open. I think CellCab has been very flexible in terms of how we look at solutions to keep it open, and I think they're very open to a wide variety of solutions, but I think they're very firm, and I think that you can include the Friends of the Mound House as well on this. They feel very strongly about, in some fashion, keeping that underground exhibit open. We've got a lot of smart people, engineers and contractors that have had a lot of experience dealing with hurricanes and flooding, and it appears as if those solutions haven't been fully explored, and I was saddened to hear the museum director recommend the closing. I think it's unanimous from the Friends and from the CellCab members. I just want to make sure that my fellow councilors feel the same way, and that we send the town manager some direction on this, because obviously it's going to involve resources, and maybe some of those resources could be reimbursed by FEMA, et cetera. But I just thought this morning, I think since Barbara took the time to come here this morning, if I could just hear from my colleagues, just in a sense, give the town leadership some direction on this in terms of the passion, because I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I thought I was in that November meeting. I think I am. But if folks have a differing opinion, I certainly respect that. But I think today or this morning would be helpful for Barbara and the CellCab folks to have some direction.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Well, I'll just, in a time where we're fighting so hard to preserve what history we have left after that storm, I'd be fully in support of looking at whatever we can do to make sure that stays.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to hear all the options and totally support keeping it, whatever we have to do.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Scott,
Separate?
too.
I would agree, but we need to come up with a solution for future flooding. I mean, we can't.
That was going to be my next question.
It's-
Did that flooding come from the front side of the door, or did it seep in from the top, or a
It
combination
comes
of
from
both?
underneath.
Comes from underneath.
Pretty much, yes, and
Yeah.
maybe Jeff can.
Yeah, it pretty much comes from all. It comes in from the top, the bottom, because it does have an open
Walls.
pit there that does flood. And we've seen some erosion on the shell itself. That's been washed out. So right now we're gonna get an engineer in to see if it's even safe to be down there, because if that collapses, that's a lot of shell. But it does come in from every single area it floods. There's a sump pump that doesn't do any good. It shorts out, immediately once once we get 3 feet of water in there. So we're looking at options. We just met down there a couple weeks ago to look at options. But yeah, it's coming from everywhere.
We get a bigger pump?
Yeah, exactly. Something's hot.
And this, by the way, this was $1 million exhibit that was, fully supported by the town at the time that it was built. And that underground exhibit was designed to accept some water from storm surges and from high tides. And that sump pump that Jeff talks about is actually, obviously at this point with all of the increased storm surges, inadequate for proper drainage at an important timing. And so that's been the problem, but there's no reason why we can't explore making something more substantial.
I would think if
Excuse
the
me.
Calusa Indians could figure out how to make it work in today's age, we should be able to figure something out.
Exactly. And to the Vice Mayor's point, we do believe that there is FEMA funding, and we do believe in the archaeological community in Southwest Florida that there are people who are fully in support of keeping the underground exhibit open. So and this is probably the only time in my knowledge, that CellCab has ever disagreed with staff. And this is a sticky point for us all, and we're hoping that we look at all of the options in a very objective way. If there's a will to do it, it will happen.
Counselor King?
Yeah, I would just wanted to share that Chris and I are both members of the Mound House, so I personally support it, and as a counselor, I'll professionally support it. So thank you.
Thank you. And a little sidebar, which I just totally, for the first time remembered, that January 25th is the silver anniversary of the Mound House, and Friends is doing a wonderful evening, which we hope you all will be attending. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara.
Next, we have Dave Nussbaum from MRF.
For the record, Dave Nussbaum, Murph Advisory Committee. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, councilors, and staff. Our recent Murph meeting on December 12th was the first meeting we had since the new committee was formed. So at the December meeting, we had the reappointment of Jennifer Rusk as vice chair, and I was appointed chairman as the committee, which is why I'm here today. Some updates on our meeting. Murph is working with Kylie Wilson, the Southwest Regional Shoreward Biologist for Florida Fish and Wildlife, to assist in educating the beachfront property owners to continue the working agreement between property owners and FWC. Cooperation was the key in the successful hatching of this last season of 4 endangered bird species: the oyster catchers, black skimmers, least terns, and snowy plovers. A little bit of fact for you if you weren't aware of it, counselors: the 4 rare birds. Fort Myers Beach is the only habitat where all 4 breeds nest and spend their vacation time throughout the entire state of Florida. So also we were significant in improving the snowy plover population by percentage points, not points of points, but full percentage points. There's only 102 breeding snowy plover pairs in the state of Florida, and we added, I believe, 6 fledglings to that total. In April, Dr. Daly and Dr. Savarese presented Murph with some resilience solutions for storm surge on hurricanes. They offer to provide free computer simulations as to the benefit of berms and seawalls. We requested several simulations at that point in time, and we haven't gotten any response back yet. I requested Chad Schutz to follow up with Dr. Savarese and Dr. Daly to see if they performed the simulations and what they presented as far as solutions for armoring our coastline. Finally, both Will and Bill Perry and Chris and Ginger Weber received the Murph Award. Will Perry and the Webers have been identified as beach heroes in the FWC separate newsletters of the FWC. We at Murph also acknowledge their dedication, their ongoing stewardship to the beaches and with the wildlife we share them with, prompted both awards. They were long overdue. And that's the end of my report. Our next meeting is the end of January, and hopefully I'll have some information on the armoring of the coast the next time I can report.
All right, questions for Dave? John?
None.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thanks,
Thank
Dave.
you.
You too. Thanks for coming. Next, we have the approval of the minutes. We have the town council meeting from December 2nd, 2024, the management and planning session from December 11th, 2024, and the town council meeting from December 16th of 2024. Is there a motion or any changes to the meeting minutes?
I'll move to approve.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have 5 items, all pertaining to the extension of the local state of emergency for the plethora of hurricanes we've dealt with over the last 2.5 years. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? I will move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion?
I like that word plethora.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Roll call. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, there are no items that were removed from the consent agenda. That brings us to our public hearings. The next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. Zoning revisions and special exceptions and variances, these are all quasi-judicial in nature, and that this requires that our public hearings today complying with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. These quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are going to be more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we must follow basic standards of due process, requiring the delivery of certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to you in written documents or through oral testimony. Your job is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each of these 4 items and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating each agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or their testimony that's based on their personal information. The town council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results, from a motion to approve or to deny, then the matter is being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion to take some other action in lieu of the denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by a member, regardless of their vote on the earlier motion. Also, if the council decides to deny an application or a request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion. And the denial must not be based on the determination of public support or opposition to the application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the required criteria. So the denial of an application is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. And if the application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for a rezoning, special exception, or variance shall be resubmitted for a period of 12 months. However, denial of an application with prejudice will not prevent the application for a different rezoning, special exception, or variance, which is substantially different. If the town council's denial is without prejudice, then the applicant can make modifications to the original application and submit the modified application to the town council for reconsideration, not having to wait the 12 months. If you intend to speak as members of the audience and the applicant, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter before the town council. So for purposes of efficiency and time management, before the beginning of all these 4 public hearings, we'd like to go ahead and take care of a few matters. First of all, I need to ask the town clerk, have all these agenda items been properly properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
Okay. And at this time, I want to assure that we have a quorum present to take action on these items. So if any town council member has a conflict of interest that may prohibit them from voting, please disclose this at this time.
John?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
None.
I have a conflict with the first item, item A. I have a business arrangement with the Pink Shell Resort. I will file my Form 8 with the town clerk.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And also at this time, if there's anyone present in the audience, including the applicant, the owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony in any of these 4 quasi-judicial hearings, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Okay, Mayor.
This first quasi-judicial item is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for 6.02 acres of the property located at 275/322 Estero Boulevard, 200 Estero Boulevard, 192 Estero Boulevard, common element only, 142 Estero Boulevard, 171-192 or 91 Estero Boulevard, 251 to 281 Estero Boulevard, and 309 Estero Boulevard. Generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-WI -0070D.028 Alpha A, 24-46-23-WI -00700.0340, 24-46-23-WI -00700.0290, 24-46-23-WI-00700.0330, 24-46-23-WI-00700.0320, 24-46-23-WI-03700.00CE, and 24-46-23-WI-04100.00CE in Fort Myers Beach to allow expansion of the existing Pink Shell Beach Resort to include a new 40-unit resort hotel, 2 additional hotel units in the White Sands building, and 2 standalone guest structures, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, and severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
Gosh, probably 2 months ago, I had a Zoom call with Fred, who's representing the client. And it was before the LPA meeting. None since then.
Counselor Wilson?
I have not had any communication with the Pink Shell, but I have received emails both pro and con.
Vice Mayor?
It seemed for me, but as Councilor Safford, about 2 months ago, I had a Zoom call with the applicants and have had numerous emails, both pro and con, mostly con.
Counselor King?
I would say I would ditto Councilor Safford and Vice Mayor Adderholt, a Zoom meeting and correspondence pro and con, mostly con.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
we do have, the applicant is present today with their attorney. At this point, perhaps we could just ask if there's any additional questions the attorney would like to ask regarding the disclosures.
She's shaking her head no.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that have not already been pre-qualified? Yes, sir? Come on. Yeah.
Morning all, my name is Carlos Rios. I'm here representing MK Architecture on the Pink Shell project. I'm an architectural designer and project manager at that firm, and my experience ranges to about 5 to 6 years working on local residential and commercial projects, as well as federal aviation and hospitality projects. I attended the University of Florida, where I earned a Bachelor of Design in Architecture, and I have a Master of Architecture from Georgia Tech. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would
I'd like to
move
be
that,
qualified.
I'd move that this gentleman be approved as an expert.
I'll second that. Go
Motion
Gators.
by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I can't vote on it. Motion carries 4-0 with Mayor Allers abstaining.
Mayor, for purposes of the record, could we just identify at this time all the experts that will be testifying in this matter?
Sure. You previously,
Who have previously been accepted, but
Accepted,
let's
yeah.
just get their names on the record.
yep, that's you
Yeah.
guys.
Good morning, Council. For the record, Amy Tebow with Retzel and Andrus and the land use attorney on this project. So I am not an expert, but I am happy to discuss, go through the team of experts that we have. So of course you've already heard from Carlos and admitted him, and thank you very much for that. You're gonna also hear from Fred Droplik, who you guys know well. He's been admitted as an expert several times to date. You will also hear from Bill Wachulis, who is an expert in the operations of the hotel, and you will hear from Bob Boykin, who's an expert in the development and management of the hotel as well. And that is it for today. So if you have any questions for me, please let me know.
Have you seen a copy of the backup agenda materials from staff?
I certainly have. Thank
Okay.
you.
And just to confirm, all the individuals, with the exception of our first speaker, have already been declared to be experts by council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. JBO LLC, owners of the Pink Shell Resort, is proposing a CPD to include existing property and structures with new properties that have been purchased by the ownership, and proposing new structures and amendments to the existing structures. The applicant proposes a 40-unit resort hotel on the bay side of Estero on the parcels closest to Bowditch Point Park. It is proposed to be a 6-story building and 60 feet over base flood elevation. The proposed CPD amendment also includes 2 proposed single-unit guest structures and 2 additional hotel rooms in White Sands Hotel. There are 7 deviations associated with this request. I will go through those briefly. There's a request to deviate from LDC 10-416D2, Table 10-8, which requires a Type C buffer with a wall when proposing a commercial parking lot next to a multifamily residential property, and this is to allow a Type C buffer with no wall to allow visibility to the redesigned public boardwalk, which will be on the marina property. A deviation from LDC 34-645, Table 34-2, that specifies that CR zoned properties, on CR zone properties, no building or structure shall be placed closer than 20 feet from a rear property line. This is to allow a 15-foot rear setback at the location of the proposed single guest unit in the CPD area number 2, which is in your staff report, which is the location where there was previously a single cottage and a duplex. That's on the beach side. There's a deviation request from 34-645, Table 34-2, that specifies in the CR zoning district, no building or structure may be placed closer to a side property line than 20 feet, and this is to allow a 10-foot side setback to the east side and a side setback of 7.5 feet to the west side. And this is in the CPD area number 3 in your staff report, and the proposed location of a single guest unit that is in the on the property where previously there was a single-family residential unit next to the marina property. A deviation from 34-645, Table 34-2, that specifies in the CR zoning district no building or structure shall be placed closer to side property line than 20 feet. And this is to allow a 10-foot side setback on the west side abutting Bowditch Point Park. The applicant is proposing to meet the 20-foot side setback to the east, which adjoins a multifamily residential lot right now. This is in the CPD area number 4, the location of the proposed 40-unit hotel. A deviation from LDC 34-645, Table 34-2, that specifies in the CR zoning district, no building or structure may be placed closer to a water body than 25 feet, and this is to allow a 10-foot rear setback where the proposed hotel is on the bay side. There is a deviation from 34-675B that requires a maximum height of 30 feet above base elevation, base flood elevation, and no more than 3 stories. And this is to allow a 60-foot tall structure above base flood elevation and a 6-story structure that's 5 stories over parking. And a deviation from LDC 34-1803A1 that establishes hotel and motel guest units can be substituted for dwelling unit density units of an equivalency factor up to 2.0. In this instance, they're requesting a multiplier or an equivalency factor of 6.7 to allow the total number of hotel units for the entire CPD property, which is 6.02 acres. According to the Land Development Code, you must evaluate the CPD per Section 3485B and C and 34216-2. Deviations must be approved modifications, or denied based on Section 34-216-4. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay. Councilor Safford, questions for Sarah?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Sarah, if this can be simplified, the applicant's proposing to build a 40-unit hotel on this particular property. In your professional opinion, what does the applicant, what do they have a right to build?
So, there's a lot of history. If we go all the way back to 1995, there were a total of 59 units allowed on that whole section of Bayside property. In the year 2000, 47 of those units that were on the marina, what is now the marina property, were moved over to the beachside property. And that was done with conditions stating that and within 90 days of the adoption of that ordinance, or at that time it was a resolution, there would be a covenant and restriction placed on the property. In that condition, they stated that it should remove development rights from the 3.2 acre site. That was the entire section. The confusion here is that in the meeting minutes, there was only conversation about the marina portion of the property and removal of 47 units, whereas the entire thing had the right to 59 units at a later date, so that multifamily dwelling had 12 units remaining. So they didn't actually remove all of the development rights from the whole property, and they didn't, they couldn't have removed rights for development or a view on the property with the multifamily. So it's a little unclear specifically what they were asking for. The covenant was adopted, or not adopted, sorry, it was recorded.
Eric,
Yes.
you keep saying they. Could you specify who they is? Is that the town council at the time?
So the resolution would have been the town council at the time, so all adoption that was associated with that. And then the declaration and restrictions, the deeds, covenants, and restrictions that were placed on that property were recorded by the applicant. So the town didn't have, as far as I can tell, any involvement in that portion of the process. The declaration applies only to the marina property. So there's no way to know if that was the intent by town council at that time, or if that adoption occurred without the input from town council and a review. So then following that trail a little bit further, 2 months after the declaration was recorded, there was a change, an amendment to the original resolution, which was 0007. So this amendment was called 0007A. 0007A was essentially took out the boutique hotel property from that original amendment. So in the adoption of 0007A, they removed, town council, because it was adopted, removed those two properties, the boutique hotel properties, which is, it's the, let me tell you which properties it was, so there's no confusion about this.
This packet page 159 help, is that, that's where you've got the color-coded sections of the property?
Well, it changed after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's always more stuff to find. So the 0007A removed Island Shores Club section, block D, lots 39 and 38 from that original resolution.
So the clerk is gonna get a copy of the 2007A and provide a copy to council, because you don't have that in your packet.
I actually have a
Extra
curriculum
copies?
that has the exhibits, I'm happy to submit these.
Yeah.
We have
Perfect.
6 of them here for you guys, so that might make it easier.
So, and I do apologize, all of these things are continually, we're just finding new things. I've looked back through the agenda files to find, to determine if what was submitted with that 0007A amendment. We don't have agendas back that far. We have them back to 2004, not back to 2000. So we don't know exactly what was presented at that time, and the meeting minutes are very scant. So it's not clear whether what council knew about what they were adopting at that time.
So
However it was adopted.
I do have a question. In what you're saying and with what you just saw, so, legend has it that they gave up all density rights in perpetuity for that parcel. But you're saying with this addition of 0007A, that went back and was amended and it was given back?
It wasn't that it was amended, it removed those two properties, the lot 39 and 38, from that original document, and therefore those two lots were not included in the requirement, the condition that they remove development from it.
And
They
that's where-
essentially, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. That's where this proposed boutique hotel is going, or wants to be placed, on 39 and 38.
Yes, that's correct.
So that document she's referring to, the amendment, is actually the last 2 pages of the packet that you have been provided.
And Nancy, just for the record, for people at home, can you describe exactly what we were just given? So
And
that-
I think the clerk is gonna have copies for anyone in the audience that would like a copy of it as well. So this is a resolution of the town council, the town of Fort Myers Beach, resolution 00-07A, amending resolution 00-07. And the document, talks about, a scrivener's error in the resolution did not accurately reflect the correct legal description of the Bayside parcel, making it necessary to amend the resolution reflecting the correct legal description described as follows, with a meets and bounds, description. Whereas the plan, correctly depicts the above described property, there's a strap number. The mailed notices to the property owners were accurate, and therefore it was a unanimous vote by the then town council in the year 2000, June 29th, to adopt this resolution amending the legal description.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
may I ask you a question?
Sure.
So is your legal opinion that parcel did not so where does it stand now? As far as the density transfer, what was it transferred?
I believe the density was, but the restriction, the unified control document, does not appear to include the
parcel.
legal description that's there. Now, I will tell you, I first became aware of the existence of this document yesterday, and I have not been able to actually compare the legal description here with the legal description in the other. Because of the nature of this project, staff has diligently been searching, and so it should not be surprising that additional information has surfaced. This is the first reading of a proposed ordinance.
I did do an evaluation of the legal descriptions, and it does appear that several parcels were removed, but the only 2 parcels of concern here are the 2 that are on the Bayside.
I'm gonna just continue on, Sarah, and I appreciate that history, very helpful. But I'm gonna ask the question again. In your professional opinion, the applicant is proposing to build a 40-unit hotel on this particular location. In your professional opinion, given what you know now, what do you believe they have the ability to build by right?
They don't have the ability to build this by right. It would have to be only through a CPD, due to the height and to the requirement for equivalency factors, being higher. I think that it's important to note that we don't consider hotel units to be density, we consider them to be equivalency factors, and that's where that deviation occurs. So they're not asking for more density, they're asking to maintain the number of density units that exist, but they're asking for an additional multiplier. So by right is something totally different than what they can ask for it through a CPD. I think that they can ask for this through a CPD, although it wouldn't be allowed without the approval of several deviations. I think that the deviations having to do with setbacks, you know, those aren't necessary in order to build a hotel. However, they would have to have the height deviations, the equivalency factors, and, you know, they're the experts on how that hotel has to be positioned on that site, how large it needs to be.
Let me rephrase then. With respect to the hotel units, if they were not utilizing the CPD process, in your professional opinion, how many units could they build on that location?
If it was not part of the larger CPD development, it would be based on the size of the parcel, which off the top of my head, I can't tell you.
Is it roughly half? Is it 20? Is it 10? Is it 5?
It's probably far less than that. Our equivalency factor is 2. If they have an acre on this site, they would be allowed by right 6 units multiplied by 2. That would give you 12. So by right, outside of the CPD process, that parcel on its own, you know, I can't say that that's exactly right, but that is in the ballpark.
Ballpark being 12?
Mm-hmm.
Can you, in lay terms, lay out what you know now versus what you knew at the LPA hearing? And the difference?
The only thing that I learned between then and now is about the amendment that indicates that this piece of property was removed. There are still questions regarding what was intended with the original 0007 and whether that covenants and restrictions met that conditional requirement. It's really hard to tell based on what we have, but I can tell you that the change through 0007A does give them it legally removed those 2 parcels from the requirement to restrict the uses on the property. So they can ask for those uses. They don't have to provide a view corridor per what's legally in the record at this point.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Counselor King, questions?
So what is staff's recommendation on this, and did it change, and if so, why?
I don't believe my recommendation changed. I believe it's still a recommendation of denial based on height. But if you hold on one second. Oh no, I'm recommending approval. Yeah, approval if the proposed public benefits are determined to be adequate for the deviation for building height, because that's how the code basically states it. The code gives you the flexibility to allow the additional height in exchange for this public benefit concept. I think that's the big sticking point at this point in time, and is that adequate? Is that a reasonable trade-off? Because we don't have a true evaluation of public benefit at this time, I didn't feel comfortable saying yes or no, but if you were to find that deviation was reasonable because there was adequate public benefit, then the rest of it is fairly in line with what the code would allow with the deviations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we're good for now, Sarah.
Thank
you. Amy, come on up.
Good morning again, council members. Again, for the record, Amy Thibault with Retzel and Andrus. I'm the land use attorney on this case, and I'll kick off our presentation today. If it would be helpful, as I go through this, I can also hit on some of the general discussion regarding the legal descriptions and the restrictive covenants and the intent and how that all plays into this. But we will also be getting into that. We have some slides in our presentation that we'll use to discuss this in greater detail. So again, you've met a lot of our team already. We have Bob Boykin and Bill Wachulis with JBO Inc. and Boykin Management. Fred Drovlik, our planner with RBI, and Mike Sheely and Carlos Rios with MK Architecture, and Ted Treesh, our traffic consultant with TR Transportation. And so as Sarah mentioned, this is a CPD that we are requesting to rezone just over 6 acres from CPD and CR to CPD. So, of course, I think we're all familiar with this. We're proposing, the new 40-unit hotel structure, 2 standalone guest units, converting 1 floor of the spa to 2 additional hotel or condominium units, max of 6 stories for the new boutique hotel that we are proposing, max height of 60 feet, measured from design flood, or about 75 feet 6 inches from grade, and a floor area ratio of 1.2, which does include ground level parking. So Fred will go into all of that in greater detail shortly. Quickly, before I turn this over to Fred. Okay, so highlights since LPA. Sarah talked about this a little bit. So as you may recall, Vacation Villas, we were working with them, coordinating, and we did ultimately receive a letter of support for this project from their board. So Vacation Villas is right across the street from this property. We have coordinated with the Estero Island Beach Villas condominium, which had originally intervened in this proceeding in opposition to this particular request. They have withdrawn their opposition and their intervener status in exchange for providing a letter of support. And they provided a letter of support in exchange for us slightly amending some public parking we had proposed there for beach access. We have also worked with MK Architecture. They have reduced the width of the building, and we have reduced the number of setback deviations from what we had originally requested. And I think that overall you will see that the deviation requests have really been improved and slightly minimized since that time. And before...
Forgive me, when you said you've made some changes, you say since you were at the LPA or before that?
Since we were at the LPA.
So could you just spend a second, just because I'm trying to get a sense of what's changed since the LPA hearing. Can you give us a good synopsis of that, or is that premature? I don't want, if you're gonna get into that later, that's fine.
Fred is our planner extraordinaire, so I'll let him speak to this.
So, and also, Fred, if you could explain, are your changes as a result of input you heard from the LPA, or could you get into that a little bit?
Yeah, I can, and I do have slides on it.
If you're going to get to it in your presentation, that's fine.
But the quick overview might be helpful now, just so you have context as we go through. The changes that we made were twofold. One, we had public opposition and intervener status, so we wanted to continue working with them to try to alleviate that and be. I think it's really our responsibility as an applicant to try to work with the neighbors to the greatest extent possible. So in better understanding what they wanted, we came to the table with them, and in response to that, really the confusion, everything that an intervener status generates, to come to the table and reach an agreement with their board to withdraw that. So that did remove the public parking on that beach access that we were doing. That was a big reason that they were opposing that, but not the only reason. We just continued to work with them and get better understanding of what was going to be across the street, and just clarity on the restricted covenant, and all the information that was brought up then we worked through with them, and at the end of the day they felt that it was in their best interest to withdraw. The other part was that the massing of the building, and that was one of the complaints. We had the cardboard thing up here that showed the size of the building and everything. And we had deviations for the setbacks on that. So because of the LPA comments on that, because of the public input, we went back to the drawing board, reduced the room sizes, reduced the width of the building, and therefore reduced the FAR based on LPA feedback. And then as a result of those changes, we were able to either increase or improve the setback deviations that requested. One, if we didn't have a public parking lot on the golf side, we were only proposing 1 unit there, and we were able to meet setbacks on the side setbacks and just had a little deviation for a rear setback. So all this was based on changes from public comment, neighbors, or from the LPA?
Thank you.
And again, I just want to quickly hit on what Nancy and Sarah discussed earlier with regard to the restrictive covenants and condition 4 in resolution 00-07 and, you know, what does this restrictive covenant actually do? What was it intended to do? So, as we'll discuss in a little bit greater detail, Florida law is clear that when we're looking at deed restrictions, we look at them, they're a contract affecting real property. You're essentially contracting away some of your property rights to benefit other people, typically. So as with any type of agreement that would affect real property, this is the type of document that would need to be recorded in the public records of the county in which the property is located. So for these types of agreements and documents would need to be recorded in the public records of Lee County, Florida, to be valid and to really encumber the property. So there has been some confusion because, as Sarah mentioned, we have that 1995 zoning resolution from Lee County, Z95-017, and that does include the entirety of the Bayside property that we are zoning here today. It includes all of that marina parcel, and it does include lots 38 and 39, which are the adjacent parcels, kind of a singular parcel, that are proposed for this boutique hotel. When they came back in, after the town had incorporated in 2000, as they mentioned, that original zoning resolution 00-07 did include lots 38 and 39 in the Bayside parcel description. However, discussion from that January 10th, 2000 meeting, and we have those minutes actually in, I believe, Exhibit B, or Exhibit C, along with that original resolution that was adopted the same day. There was discussion at that time that demonstrates that the intent was not to encumber what we are now calling the boutique hotel parcel. It was to encumber just the marina. And so condition 4 of that resolution that was adopted did require that restrictive covenant. It required that it would be recorded within 90 days. So that was January 10th. On April 7th of that same year, the applicant did record the restrictive covenant that reflected the intent. That legal description for the Bayside parcels, that's Exhibit A of the restrictive covenant. It's also Exhibit A to my memorandum. That legal description did not include lots 38 and 39 of Block D, Island Shores Club section, which, again, that's the boutique hotel parcel. So at some point, they discovered a discrepancy, and by they, I mean town staff, town council, applicant. This discrepancy was discovered. And so, in piecing together the intent here, if they had intended for the restrictive covenant to encumber what we now know as the boutique hotel parcel, it would have been the restrictive covenant that would have been amended. We would have seen an amended restrictive covenant recorded that would have included lots 38 and 39, what we are now calling the boutique hotel parcel. And that would have been, quite frankly, I would say, the town's power to require that based on the zoning ordinance or zoning resolution 00-007. But instead, on, I believe it was June 29th of 2000, the same year, town council unanimously voted to amend the legal description in the zoning. So taking together the minutes, the restrictive covenant, the amended zoning resolution, and the timing of all of these, it's clear here that the intent was not to encumber lots 38 and 39, the boutique hotel parcel, with the restrictive covenant. The intent was just to encumber that marina parcel. So I hope that that is clear. Again, Florida law does also require strict construction of these types of deed restrictions. Typically, the law does not favor restrictions on the free use of property. So while these types of covenants are valid, they are strictly construed in favor of the property owner who has abdicated certain rights in these covenants. We will discuss that bit more later on in the presentation, but ultimately when we're constructing a restrictive covenant, Florida law mandates that we look to the intent of the parties when we're trying to decipher any ambiguous provision. So here was the intent to include the boutique hotel parcel. I think if it was, we would have seen an amended restrictive covenant, not an amended zoning resolution. I know that was long-winded and redundant, but I hope it clarifies what you have in front of you today.
Just a procedural question, if I could.
Mhm.
Nancy, this document that she's just been referencing, this is you just saw this as of yesterday?
I did, I just heard about it.
Have you had a chance to review it?
I've reviewed it, as we were going through our meeting today.
But have you had a chance to review it to a level?
Well,
where you're-
it does represent a resolution, and a resolution would typically be used for the correction of a scrivener's error. And that seems to be what the intent was, that there never was an intent to rezone those two parcels. I guess the debate would be whether or not removing a parcel is actually a scrivener's error. But other than that, I mean, the words are what the words are. It does say scrivener's error, which would go to the intent of the fact that that's what was originally intended. I do agree with Ms. Toubeau in that if it was intended to put it into the unified document, that there would have been an amendment to that as well.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. Okay, seeing none, I will invite up Bob to discuss the history and the vision. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. Wasn't that fun? I want to thank you for your time today, but I really want to thank you for, you guys draw the lottery ticket, and I'm not sure if it's a good one or a really difficult one, but being in a position to deal with the decisions that you guys have to deal with, not easy. And let me put it in context. I was in London with Bill on an insurance renewal. Ian was a 1 in 10,000 year storm. And so you're here dealing with something that might not have happened until 7,500 years before Christ walked the planet. So it's a monumental thing, and I don't think people appreciate the magnitude of what we all went through here and the challenge to bring it back. And you know, when I showed up here and bought the Pink Shell in 1998, it didn't look anything like what it looks like today. I mean, it was a completely different, unrecognizable, save for the Santa Bellevue building. And so that was then. The only constant was the beach. That was phenomenal, and it remains so today. And so I tell that story to make a point, which is that this hotel is a metaphor for Pink Shell, or for the Fort Myers Beach. It's an evolution, and it always has been, and it probably always will be. And so, you know, we got here through, and just a little history to fill it in. So I've been in the hotel business my entire career. Our family started in 1959, and since then, you know, the Pink Shell was originally owned by a public company that I ran. Subsequently, my brother and I bought it from the public company when we sold that public company. But we've got, I could go through a list of 10 hotels we've owned, operated, and developed here in Florida. I am a Florida resident since 2007. I'm down here quite a lot. You know, Pink Shell's an iconic resort on Fort Myers Beach. The statement it makes, I think it says a lot. It's why the Lee County Visitors Bureau often calls us for fam tours, for different groups that we can work with to show them, to encourage tourism here on the island. And I think, and Margaritaville adds to that. People, there isn't any one of these projects that hasn't been controversial. So we just listen, and we came in some time ago with a really big project. Started talking to Jim and Dan about it before Ian, trying to solve a parking and traffic issue. Well, the world changed in Ian, obviously. And so we listened, and the message we heard was, we need boutique hotels on the island to come back. Now, the question you all are going to have to ask is, are we a residential island, or are we a tourist destination? How much lodging, rental inventory do we want? How much residential do we want, many of which might sit empty for half the year, and what does that do to restaurants and shops and all of that? It's a tough deal. You got to figure that out. But our thinking is, we could bring some inventory back, because who you're dealing with us. We've been here, for 25 years. Our reputation is what it is. We're very transparent, and we just heard what people said they wanted, and that's exhibited by going back to vacation villas and beach villas and hearing their concerns. And let me tell you, skinning these cats, it's just not for the faint of heart. I mean, I know people are going to get up and say, let's bring the island back to where it was. I would love to go back to before Ian, but it's just not going to happen. So we got to look forward. That's your job. You guys are doing, in my opinion, an excellent job of figuring it out. And you're never going to make everybody happy. So we understand that. When we bought the property, I spent a lot of time as we developed it with Roxy, going through her thoughts on it. And she was a visionary. She was a great ally. She supported the things we wanted to do, and I think she would be in support of this project. I do recall this particular discussion we had just to lead into this, and it was Beverly Grady was our lawyer, and she caught this Scrivener's error, and that's why it was brought back around to correct. So it's true that density was transferred over to the White Sand Villa location, but it was for the marina parcel. But most importantly, I want you to take a look at the public benefits, because we're not asking for this just because we got some land and we want to build more density. We've got some real good stuff to bring to the table today. And with that, I'm going to close up and let Fred get into the fun part. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of pressure, Fred.
Shouldn't give me accolades before I even start. I mean, I don't know how it's going to go. There were a few other slides there, but I don't want to harp on this too long. So, what to expect from my presentation? So, I am going to do my best to not be tedious. There's the packages that you received is fairly accurate. There's been small minor tweaks since then, but I think 98% of it is accurate, so I won't try to read every slide. There is some pieces I want to go through, with the density transfer. I have a little bit of I guess a simplified way of going through it, and just kind of summarize that one last time, and then as my professional opinion as a planner, what really happened and what the intent was of that from a planner's perspective. And then after that, we'll go through we'll have Bill Wachulis come up, go through the public benefits. We'll outline those and what we're intending to do. And then I'll run through the deviations. I have some graphics and some detail on those that'll hopefully help you understand those with a lot of clarity. And then just simply go back to the path to approval that with the equivalency factor, and then wrap up in a conclusion from there. So to begin with, this is just the simple part, but as part of my expert in planning, it's important that we're just rezoning the pink area from the existing CPD to a unified CPD. And unified, I mean, there was since this original CPD, there was one additional parcel. The address of that is 309 Astera Boulevard. It'll be now added to the CPD. It's on the south or easternmost end of the marina parcel. It's in the red on that exhibit there. So it will now be included in the overall CPD for the pink shell in one unified zoning document. The future land use category is not being changed, and it's I'm not moving. Let's see.
Just say it in the microphone.
Sorry, you forward slide.
There.
So, and the only reason I point that out is that there's just no change request to future land use category. We're in the mixed residential and recreation. And the pink areas in the recreation, that's the total parcel's 11 acres, I mean, rounded. And then our developable area, which is in the red in the mixed residential, is 6.02 acres. We're doing no changes to the comp plan land use category. Next slide. So let's say just a quick walk around the master concept plan, because there's a few changes since the LPA. So since the LPA, we have, as I said earlier, we have removed. So let's start on the golf side, and on the slide, the lower right-hand side, where it says a new guest unit, which replaces 3 units. That is along, beach access. There were 3 former units there, 1 cottage and a duplex. We're just proposing 1 unit there. That's a change. We did have a single unit and public parking in that area for the beach access, so that changed in agreement to working with our neighbors. So that's changed since there. The additional parcel in the upper right-hand corner there is the 309 Astero that's being added to the CPD. There was 1 unit on there before. We're proposing a guest unit there that will be all, and both of these units are not residential units that will be part of the rental pool and under control of the pink shell in their rental pool, just as they do with the other units. So it's not a residential unit. It is a hotel guest unit as part of the overall unit count of 239, which would be the final number of units in the pink shell CPD. And then the big red square is the legal description area for the density transfer. So that's the historical density transfer parcel as amended in 00-7A, and as recorded in the covenant. So that's the red area. And then on the boutique hotel is on the end next to Bowditch, next to the Bowditch maintenance area. And in that area we're able to increase some of the side setbacks on both sides and provide at least a better view corridor and less mass on Astera Boulevard. There is part of our request too is converting part of the spa. So in the White Sands building, there is 6,000 square feet on 2 stories of spa. It's not used that much. That was a recommendation when they originally built the spa, that there would be that much of a demand. There hasn't been quite that much demand, but it's also not unused. So they're taking 3,000 square feet of it, which is 1 story, and want to convert that into 2 units to get better use out of the space. But not get rid of the spa, because it's one that not only people that are visiting the pink shell use, but also other people can come in and use it by the public. So it is, I think it is it's used by the general public as well. All right, so the master concept plan, next slide, please. So this one, same thing. I colorized it a little bit. So, there's lots of talks about the view corridor and what was approved in the covenant. Those light blue areas are the view corridors that were approved in the covenant. We're not changing those. We do want to modify and enhance that area. because it's been, you know, there's, obviously part of it was destroyed or does not look like it was ever intended to. We want to improve that by adding a new walkway. The walkway then was, and you can see it on there, it's a little area that goes through this, you know, the edges or even the center of some of that. But it ended at certain spots near the dock building in some areas. It never really completed itself and connected as a true great walkway, interpretive walkway as it was in the covenant. So we're proposing that to redo that walkway, and you know, at not an insignificant expense, make a boardwalk that would actually extend out over the water as permits will allow, and complete that walkway so that you can go have bike racks ride up to that, put your bikes on a bike rack, walk through there, have seating, look out over the Matanzas Pass, look at the boats and the yachts coming in, which is really fun to do, and just have a good experience with a nice landscape landscape architect plan, which is also part of our package is a conceptual landscape plan, which will, you know, be in concept, be locked into. So that's what this slide is really to show where those view corridors were, and then the pink or red areas are the places where we're making either replacing units or adding new units. So those are the areas just to give it a little bit of a simplified view.
And that purple line is your walkthrough?
Yeah, that's the boardwalk. And would not only fulfill the original covenant to a greater extent, but then also be enhanced from there. All right, next slide. So let's just revisit this a little bit. I won't have to spend a whole lot of time on this slide because I think between Amy and staff and just council in general, this has been addressed fairly well. So what this exhibit is just to show is an excerpt from the actual covenant, and with the highlight areas are the lots that were included in the covenant. And I think we've gone over that enough that lots 38 and 39 were not included in that final covenant that was recorded. And the image down at the bottom is a survey from 2023, and that was there as reference for you to show exactly where the lots were. Lot 37 is the current dilapidated house that will hopefully be removed soon, and then lots 38 and 39 that go towards Bowditch are the boutique hotel. The next slide is the one I want to get into and spend a little bit of time on. So let's talk about the 3.2 acres. So this MCP was established in the 1995, I believe it's 017 resolution. So when Jane Plummer brought this up, at that time, I mean, we had seen it in the past, but there was so much history on this that I knew the current survey didn't add up to 3.2 acres, but we need to go back and identify where did that 3.2 acres come from. This is where it came from. It was a 1995 approval at Lee County. It included lot 37, which is obviously not part of that anymore. That's under separate ownership and has been since just before the 2000 resolution. It included lot 38, 39. We believe, and from what I was able to scale out, that this was 3.2 acres, and the reason that it's larger is that it included some water area in Matanzas Pass that is now part of the state, submerged lands, and it included, it appears to include there, property lines to the center of the right-of-way for Estero Boulevard. And the reason I conclude that is you can see there's parking on the against Bowditch there. There's I think it's 6 parking spaces that are part of the vacation villas leased spaces for them that have been in agreement for a long time, and they're within the property lines, but then later in those that there's a line that actually runs almost that shows that those parking spaces end up kind of in the right of way. they've been since redone, obviously, but it included a fair amount that I think adds up to that 3.2 acres from what we can best tell. I think the important part, so that's the 3.2 acres, and it's where it came from and why it was bigger than the current one. Resolution Z07 referenced the 3.2 acres and established the condition for the density. So this, I'm hoping this isn't going to be tedious, but I think I can run through this pretty quick. That memo that was provided is pretty large. I mean, it's 50 or 60 pages. I boiled this down to just a few pages that I want to hand out and just really just thumb through and walk through. It's the same resolution, same idea items we're talking about. I just have highlights and notes on some of it for a little bit of clarity. 6 of those there. All right. The very front page of this, and you can see in the upper right-hand corner, it's Z950017. The reason I put this in there is because this establishes a 3.2 acre reference, and this is the MCP that I show on the exhibit there. Highlighted in the center of that document shows the lots that are included, lot 29 through 32, 33 through 36, and 37 through 39. That is accurate, it seems, to the 3.2 acres. All those lots are accurate. So that was established at that point. You go a couple of pages to the next piece that's highlighted, which is the MCP, and that is just to show you that, yep, this is where I got that from. So that resolution established this as the 3.2 acres for the Bayside parcels. As mentioned, it looked like they include the center line of right-of-way, Kansas Pass Water, and lot 37, which is now not part of the CPD whatsoever. The next page, highlighted with the notes on the top, is an excerpt from resolution number 00-07. This is the density transfer resolution. This established the condition for the covenant on the Bayside parcels. It was approved by a 4-to-1 vote, January 10th, 2000. The highlighted part at the beginning of that just shows the units that Sarah was referencing. They removed 47 units. Here's we have 59 units total of total density at that time, with 12 units being on lots 38, 39, approximately 12 units on 38, 39. And so this was this established that transfer. On the next page of that is just outlining what was exactly amended. Amend the commercial plan development Pink Shell Bayside to remove 47 units, and amend the Gulf side to add the 47 units. And this is when the White Sands building was able to go up to 9 stories and be built for what it is today. Like I said, that was the 10th day of January 2000. The next page, that was part of that resolution. So they included the legal description from the 1995 case that established the 3.2 acres. Except that lot 37, it's not clear that that was even included in that part, which makes sense because that was sold at that time before the 2000. So this description, as you can see from now, that I'll show you the next legal description that was actually recorded, and this was kind of probably just needed to be redone. I mean, it was pieced together over the years, and obviously we get better at these things all the time. So, but that was the excerpt that was attached to the resolution, was that from 1995 zoning ordinance. Also attached was the next page, and included that because there's a reference in the minutes, there's a reference in the resolution to the conditions. Condition number 4 is the condition that established that there need to be a covenant, the covenant made and agreed upon. You know, that's condition 4, you know, says within 90 days of the approved and requested amendment, the applicant must have approved and recorded a document that assures binding permanent restrictions are placed on the 3.2 acre Bayside property to assure all development rights of the hotel units and dwelling units have been transferred to the Gulfside parcel to guarantee the permanence of the transfer. So, the confusing part here, and the part that that needed to be amended, was that the 3.2 acre parcel, even at this point, wasn't exactly accurate, because parcel 37 wasn't to be part of the new resolution. So there were errors there beyond just the other scrivener errors, all of which I don't know exactly what were found, but what was found was that this was the legal description in that zoning resolution was incorrect. So after this was approved on January 10th, then, as Amy stated, April 7th, the recorded covenant was made. Just over 90 days later, which then that is in fulfillment of this condition. So then, you can skip to 2 or 3 pages later to the next page that has red notes on the top. So this was amendment 007A, and that was, as has been stated, that's the correct scrivener's error in the legal description. It was unanimously approved 3 months after the covenant was. The highlighted section below, the Gulf side lots, the Bayside lots, are the legal description exactly as they are in the covenant. As was stated, it would have been much easier to go back and amend the covenant and record a private agreement that would have matched the zoning than it would be to do the opposite and come back through the zoning to amend that and make it correct. Because of that, that leads us to conclude that the legal description was incorrect. The density transfer that is recorded in a covenant is correct. The one piece I found from the meeting minutes that I thought was interesting about, from that original zoning hearing was, so it was when Pam Houck was here on staff, which I worked for Pam Houck in Lee County years and years ago. It's great. She said, a condition of Ms. Houck's recommendation is that the applicant must submit documents that will guarantee the permanence of the transfer. And these documents are now being reviewed. So that was at the January hearing and the approval. So whatever the covenant agreements were already in the staff's hands at that point in order to be worked through is what I conclude from there. So the fact that those documents were then being reviewed, then the covenant was recorded, in April 7th, and then 3 months later there was another hearing to amend the zoning ordinance to that, leads me to feel that there was full transparency and knowledge of what the covenant agreed to, the area that it covered, and that the 3.2 acre reference was antiquated, the legal description wasn't quite right, and they had to fix that, and they fixed it as soon as possible. From an applicant standpoint, from my standpoint, from a January approval, from an April 7th recording, and then to be back in front of council within 2 to 3 months later, there was stuff it was being worked at, and it was found early that they had to be back there, because we can't get back in front of council in any new case, an amendment within 2 or 3 months. So in order to do that, they knew it was happening, they knew it needed to be corrected as they were working through the covenant and had that set up and in motion in order to be in that kind of timeline. So because of that, and because of this deep dive, there's a number of these things that we knew from the beginning that there was no prohibition of units for the lots 38 and 39. We wouldn't have spent the last 2 years or year and a half doing this if we thought there was we were at risk of not being able to request a building on this lot. Now, we've had to be challenged to dig a lot deeper, and I appreciate it, because there were some points when I'm looking through this, I'm like, oh man, were we wrong? Did we miss something? I think the evidence points out that at the end of the day, the approved resolutions is all that we can stick by. The approvals and the public record are all that we can go by. And what we have is the conclusion that we were able to build on those 2 lots, and the density transfer was honored. We're going to continue to honor the density transfer. We're not proposing any development in the view corridors. We're not changing the view corridors. We're trying to improve and enhance those and really get those to be what they were, even better than they were always intended to be. And I think we have the right to ask for the hotel units and change the equivalency factor and build on that parcel. Now, whether you agree this is the right project, that could be the next piece. But I think, in our mind, and working with staff and everybody in transparency of this, we couldn't figure out any smoking gun that would shut this thing down. In fact, I think I found the opposite. I found that this was, I think for me, as clear of a conclusion as maybe we can ever get to, that this was what was supposed to happen based on the timeline that is on that slide. So that's all I have on that section. And unless there's more questions about that, I will move on to the details of the actual development.
Just real quick, Fred.
Sure.
Nancy, is this the first time you've seen this particular document?
I'm sorry, which
The
document?
document that he's just been referencing?
The 007A?
Yes. Well, no, it's
No,
it's
this one that he
established
just handed
3.2
out. This
acre
one.
Bayside MCP.
Oh. No, I have not reviewed this one, but I can before your second reading, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't, it's same thing that's in the memo. I mean, it's just the excerpts of the resolution, so should be not new, but no new information, but.
Could I ask another question?
Absolutely.
I asked Sarah, in her professional opinion, how many units, assuming you didn't go through the CPD process, how many units you'd be allowed to build by right? And in fairness to Sarah, she was just doing a rough estimate in her head. She came up with 12. Well, in your professional opinion, how many units would you be able to build by right?
Yeah, that she's accurate. That's our understanding as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
There's a little bit of rounding there, but yeah, it's 12 units.
Thank you.
Jen,
All
do you
right.
have any questions for Fred before we move on? John?
Done.
All right. Next slide. I thought this was just interesting. So this is the last thing on the density transfer. Visually, I think this is interesting. So the bottom is the 3.2 acres. The top is the current survey. And I think you can see just the width, the depth of the property went to the Stair Boulevard, the area that's been removed and maintains its pass. I think it just show how we went from the removal of the lot 37. I think this closely shows how we went from 3.2 acres to the current acreage that we have now. But then obviously the correction to what was transferred in the density transfer as well. So this was just a visual representation of the two. So we're trying to just be out there and transparent and share with everybody the depth of what we were able to find without bias. We were just following the evidence and following the trail, and that's where we ended up. I mean, obviously we're biased a little bit, but we followed the evidence on this one.
May I ask a question?
Mhm.
So Sarah and I did go over a lot of the documentation prior to today's meeting. What we found of interest was the the covenant of unified control. It did have several things in it, and maybe, I thought this is a really good picture to show where those walkways are.
What page are you on?
Exhibit D?
It's this one of the big packet that was handed out.
Correct. So I thought, Fred, maybe you might highlight for council, because that's a very good rendition of what that document actually does. The scenic corridor area, the walkway.
Okay. So, in that green section, on each end of that green area, there's dashed lines that kind of arc around, and they stop near the existing dock building on both sides. So it seems like one started on the east end, one started on the west end, curved, went towards the water, and then it looks like they kind of stopped. But that was those dotted areas are the recorded legal, and they're legally described in the covenant as the interpretive walkway areas. We are proposing those in a little bit of a different area, so that will, this document and the legal description of where those are will have to be amended, because we want to improve those, move them out a little bit to the side, not put buildings there, obviously, so there's still the view corridor piece, and just surface parking, but to have those connect in full and go out over the water a little bit to enhance all that. So those dashed areas are legally described in this, and legally described as what they're supposed to be. Pedestrian access over 6-foot walkway, that they describe in Exhibit E. They put hours in the covenant from 7 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. daily. Access is limited to humans. I don't know if we need to put that on there now, because we all want our pets to be able to follow us around. So I don't know if we care about that anymore. But and there's some other things about the interpretive walkway part. Have information about what kind of plants are there, planting some things. The landscape architects are going to spend some time putting some things there, and they have the sign in front of the vegetation that shows the native vegetation. We're coordinating with the garden club on that in order to make sure that it's as salt tolerant as possible. We know everything can't survive when it gets flooded by the seawater, but we'll do to the greatest extent that we can, and then really fulfill the interpretive walkway piece of this. But our proud enhancement of this, and I'm glad that the Boykins are willing to do this and look at this, is that boardwalk that's going to extend out over the water. That is over and above, in my opinion, what they would have needed to do to fulfill the old covenant and make that improvements, because I think that's just so exciting to be able to walk out on a boardwalk in a pier-like fashion that's out over the water, have places to sit and look at those boats without it, kind of being near a parking lot and everything. I think it's just going to be beautiful. So, does that fill what you wanted to do?
Yes, because Sarah and I, we spent some time trying to see exactly what was provided in exchange for the density transfer, and that pretty much illustrated it with your commentary. I think that might be helpful to council.
Good. And I know in the zoning resolution, there were even details about number of plants and those kind of things. So I'm not opposed to all that. I think we'll probably they weren't unreasonable. So we can even meet that, and most likely it'll be exceeded because of the park-like feature that we want it to be. All right. If it's all right, I'm going to go to the next slide. We'll get into just a few of the planning pieces here to sum things up, and then I'll just spend a little bit of time on the deviations. So this is a summary slide for the intensity and density requested. The pink shell currently has 195 units. The proposed complete CPD, if this is approved, would be 239 guest units. 197 hotel and hotel condo units in the existing resort. So there's 195 over there now. The two additional to make it 197 would be the conversion of the spa to 2 units. 2 new guest units. That was on the 309 Estero on the bay side, and then the 1 unit on the Gulf side. As part of the rental pool also, so limited to limited to the rentals as the existing pink shell is, not a residential unit that would be under separate ownership and be able to be rented out or just owned as a condo. A new 40-unit hotel, boutique hotel. In addition to that, the marina does have 41 boat slips. And in fairly recent approvals, 39 liveaboards. So there was a question at the LPA, I think it was our first LPA hearing, was those 39 liveaboards considered to be density units and count against density. So in the code, in the LDC 34-1861, they are considered to be living units, but it's specific in there that they do not count towards dwelling units per the comp plan. So there was that allowance for the liveaboards that they don't count towards that.
And those are limited, correct, to 30? Don't they have a time limit on it, like 30 days at a time?
Yes. Yeah, generally, yeah. Yep. And then resort amenities. So the really important part of this intensity and density summary is we're doing this and proposing this new one. All it really needs to change is that equivalency factor, which is not nothing, but but we are meeting 2 important criteria. We're not exceeding the FAR that's allowed in this land use category. That's 1.2. With the reduction of the building, we have some pretty decent buffer that we're under that 1.2 now, because we eliminated a little more than 8,000 square feet from the proposed building. And then we meet the parking requirements. So to the greatest extent we could to itemize everything, even in the worst case scenario, we're counting everything that the resort does. We're going to be able to meet parking, and there will be some public parking. or it's open to the public, and there should be parking spaces on that bay side available for the public as well. We're proposing a little over 400 parking spaces in total, existing and bayside surface parking, and under the new boutique hotel. Other parking as well, the new units, I mean, it's all gonna be understory parking. You know, I'll show this in a little bit, but the one guest unit on Gulf Shore Court had parking that was kind of out in the easement in the right of way a little bit, and was like front parking and backing out right onto the street, kind of in an awkward way. So now we'd be able to raise that up, put all the parking underneath the buildings, which is, I know, a common request when we go through variances and other things. All right, next slide. So this is just to show, and I think we're covering this well enough, but the interesting part about this is going into the equivalency factor. So if we just take it according to straight current day code, we would be able to develop 36 units because we have 6 developable acres. That's per the comp plan. The maximum by right equivalency would be 2.0. So the CPD in whole, the 6 acres, has 72 units available to it. Obviously, we're requesting 239, so the equivalency factor is the way we get there. The existing units, partially because it was approved, you know, some of this was approved in, you know, before the incorporation of the town, and it carried forward. There was never an equivalency factor assigned, or that the existing units were under. They were kind of vetted, and over the movements of the years, they just kind of worked with what they had. So what we are willing to do is bring this up to modern code, or want to do is apply the equivalency factor through the entire CPD to make this easy for people to figure out where did we get the numbers, how did we get there. So if we did that, all the current units that were out there, we'd be at a 5.4 equivalency factor, and we are asking for 6.7. So we go to the next slide, and it just shows where we are in some of the recent approvals and where we fit. So increase from 5.44 to 6.7. Neptune, Myerside, and Margaritaville kind of sandwich us on the other sides of that as far as our equivalency approval. So we didn't try to push the envelope too much. We just honestly, one of the driving forces for this was that there is and I think you've heard this before, there is a sweet spot for resorts operating, especially with the amenities that they need to provide to be successful. And that is somewhere in that 240 to 250 to 260 range. And that is just an efficient economic place for a resort to be, allowing them to operate efficiently and allowing us to then provide the public benefits that we're doing as a good offset. All right, so next page. So this is the floor area ratio analysis on here. So the proposed 40-unit building is now 70,000 square feet. It's a reduction of just about 10,000 square feet from 78,000. And this was directly because of the discussion from the neighbors and because of the comments from the LPA about the size of that proposed building. So we knocked 10 feet or 5 feet off each side. It enabled us to provide greater setbacks and reduce the room sizes and reduce the building size by 10%, and the frontage on Estero Boulevard by 10% as well. So now the total floor area didn't change it a whole lot because that's 8,000 square feet out of 312,000 is not huge, but it did give us some percentage reduction in the overall FAR and kept us below that. I think we're at 1.15 or maybe 1.1. Somewhere in that area. So we're under the FAR, so we're not trying to push the envelope past what's permitted in that realm. All right, let me go to the next one. This is a hotel update. You've seen this several times where we are at Fort Myers Beach as far as the hotel room update. This was fairly recent, November. Yeah, yep. Thanks. It was November, and so it shows we're only at 44.5% open of what was pre-Ian. So this will help with that inventory, and it shows that we're just in we're still in recovery, still in need of, to get back to where we were, let alone, you know, the additions of, you know, of what's needed for the future desire to be on Fort Myers Beach. Next slide. So stories and height. So this is, and the reason I have some of this on there is one, to show, you know, how we are in comparison. I mean, part of the comp plan allows for, you know, comparing and requesting height in areas that have height that's similar or greater to the request. We don't have, the building that we're proposing doesn't have anything on the directly abutting it, but across the street obviously is the vacation villas. And this was the one that's directly comparison, and the one that we thought most about, because this is the neighbors that we don't want to upset and we want to work well with. Their building was 7 stories. We're proposing 5 living stories, 1 over parking, which would be 6. And then they're 57 feet above flood elevation. The part about this that I think is interesting is that they were, you know, with their really 65 feet, were able to fit 7 stories in there. And part of it is they were built at a flood elevation of about 8 feet, and we're at 19.6 now. So that's some of our height, and then just the modern floor, the floors have really gone from maybe 8.5 to 9, 9.5, sometimes even 10. We're proposing somewhere in the middle of that, about 9.5. So, you know, it adds up to being some of the additional height. So the 14 feet and then the extra 1.5 per floor, or foot per floor, you know, adds up. So it's a comparable building in several ways. It's just, but it is a little bit taller, mostly because of the flood elevation. And then the surrounding properties are, you know, around the tallest White Sands is 92 feet above flood. Captivaville is 70 feet. Sanibel View is 6 stories, but it's a little bit shorter, 47 feet above flood elevation. So I think we're comparable. The next slide shows that. And this is just an overview, and this is the one that has been going out on social media and some other things to just show comparisons. We believe that we fit into this neighborhood compatibility, so if this is the neighborhood, we believe we're not doing anything that is out of the ordinary for this area. In fact, I think we're proposing something that is right in line with what is in this neighborhood, so it won't change the character, and I think it'll fit right in. All right, I want to show the architectural rendering, so the revision. Now this, so go to the next 2 slides. So this is, you've seen this picture. Now, what you may have noticed, we didn't need to compare it because it didn't, just visually, just 5 feet on each side, just didn't seem like that much. But really what it did, it cut that down 5 feet on each side. So this is a reduced building. We just tried to make it as light as possible. And the couple of features we did do is the pull into the underground parking. Switch, we had it on the north side, and we moved it to the south side at the request of Vacation Villas to coordinate with them better. Vacation Villas is getting their lease spots, and we've increased the number of spots they're going to get, and that will be now secured and under building parking. So I think that's an improvement for them to get their cars out of the sun and to have a gated entrance to their leased parking spaces that will provide them in perpetuity, and we increase the number of those that we're giving them. So overall, it's been a 10% reduction based on the LPA feedback and the feedback of the neighbors. All right, now let's go through the public benefits. So I want to bring up Bill Wachulis, Director of Operations for the hotel. And he's really the face of this, and has that great long-standing relationship with the neighbors. So I want him to walk through these and the history of when these things were done. And what it'll take to execute them in the future. So I'll bring up Bill.
Before we run off, Fred, just make sure nobody has any questions. Scott, you got any questions?
I'll be back up.
Can you go back to that picture of?
Yeah.
Am I missing the floor? Because it looks like there's 5 above flood.
Top one.
Yeah.
Is there another one way up?
No, just 5 living stories and then one. I mean, no, it's counted as 6 from grade. So
Okay.
6 stories total.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen, any questions?
No, I'm good for, oh, I do have a question. So at one point, I can't even remember when this was. I think this was right after Ian, when there were some original plans on this. It was much bigger. there was conversation about workforce housing. So that has all been eliminated, correct?
That is correct, yeah, that has been eliminated.
Okay.
Yeah, the original larger structure
Mhm.
was part of the reason for I think we were over 100 residential units that we were proposing on that, plus the 4 or 5 story parking garage, in order to
Right.
address parking problems on the
Right.
island. The part of the reason that it needed to be that many units was to offset the cost of what would have been workforce housing, because it was really going to be used to be rented to the employees of the resort, in kind of a more dormitory style at that point. And that's, we're not going to make money, not going to make no money off that, but it's a loss leader. It's not a profit maker. So without the larger development, it just wasn't possible to make that. We tried to do a number of other things that we'll get into, but
Right,
that
so
wasn't
there's
part of it.
no proposed workforce housing on the property at this point?
Correct.
Okay.
Jim, questions?
Nothing additional.
John, you got any questions for Fred?
Nothing currently.
Thanks, Fred.
Good morning, council, mayor, staff. For the record, Bill Wychulis, Pink Shell. We can go to the next slide. So, we looked at, what public benefits we could do, obviously, in regards to the height, as Fred mentioned before, that walkway, obviously bringing that out more to the water, to where people could walk along the water. I mean, it's beautiful over there. I mean, we have sometimes yachts in that are 120 feet long, $5-6 million yachts, to be able to walk along that shore. So that enhancement is significant. It's somewhere in the 250 to 500,000 range. We also, obviously, we've now replaced, I think, the landscaping twice after these storms, but we want to take over the responsibility of the property the town has in front of the resort and maintain that in perpetuity, for several reasons. One is obviously the look and feel of that you're, at the Pink Shell. It's nothing, something dies, we want to replace it pretty quickly and not have to, work with town staff. Not that they are not responsive, but we would just rather just take care of it and replace it. So working with the Garden Club and Kathy and coming up with a plan, and that, would be about $150,000 to maintain all that. The other biggie that we're doing right now is the pump out for the mooring field. We 2 to 3 times a week that boat is coming in and we're pumping it out. I know there's it's challenges with areas on the town that homeowners do not want that in their backyard. It's part of our operation. We are doing it as a good neighbor to the town right now, but we would want to continue to do that ongoing and solve that town problem, that you wouldn't have to worry about what are you going to do to pump out, and that is in place right now. Water taxi has been a big topic. We obviously would love to be the north end drop off and pick up for water taxi. If that gets rolled out, we have several spots right at the marina we could do. Our dock master being able to help with that taxi coming in and helping people get on and off. One of the other things that, and this is already in place, but it's probably 2008. Around 2008, the town owns that end of the north end of the road, and the water drainage was a major problem. We'd get a small storm and the road would flood, and the town, couldn't come up with a solution of where do you put that stormwater. And we actually, in those 2 view corridors, have an easement where we put the I don't know what you want to call them, catacomb. All the stormwater goes to on our land. We didn't ask for anything, to do that. We did that as a good neighbor and to do the right thing for the town. And I just put it on here as a point, is because it solved a problem. Unfortunately, at the time, there was nowhere else to do, and we stepped up to the plate to do that. You can go to the next slide. This is the landscaping plan that, working with recommendations from the Garden Club and the plans from RVI, our landscape architect, and how we set up that area. You can go to the next slide. And then just, you know, when you categorize public benefits, it's just, these are just some of the special benefits that, to make you aware of, that the resort does. We provide, working with the Commute Connect program, we have 2 15-passenger vans. Costs us about $40,000, but that's 30 associates every day that come in on those vans versus 30 cars that would be coming to the resort. We are actually looking at increasing that. Obviously, if we did get approval for additional units, we would increase the van usage. It's a great benefit to our employees, and it also gets cars off the road. Improved transportation circulation with different modes, the golf carts, bikes, you know, encouraging our guests. We have not like a lot of resorts, but we have a pre-arrival concierge. We actually call the guest before they arrive. We encourage them not to bring a car. We give them options. We pre-book, you know, the day beds, golf carts, just to make it, or we make arrangements for their transportation. It's been very positive. It's just a little upper class type of service, but it also gets people more knowledge that they don't have to drive to the resort with a car. Again, you know, obviously the pool is down at Bay Oaks. We work with the summer program. I mean, how do you have a summer program and don't have kids can't go into a pool? So we provided our pool to the Bay Oaks and also the Estero Island summer programs. We would obviously continue to do that until the pools are back online. And again, with this new project, we would include the Florida Green Lodging program. We're Fort Palm, one of the only resorts that has that designation, and we also are completely turtle certified, and the new building would be that also. You can go to the next slide. I just want to also just mention, you know, I know you've gotten pros and cons of letters, and I'm in the business of making people happy. So, you know, I've come to the realization I can't make everybody happy, but in those letters that you've gotten, you know, the 2 associations we work closely with and got approval for both of those associations. So the majority of those associations recommended approval. You know, you're going to hear some that are against us. You know, we unfortunately can't make everybody happy, but the goal that we made was, how do we talk to everybody and listen and support them and try to make changes, and we did. So I just want to make that point. With that, any questions for me?
Scott, any questions for Bill?
Not this time.
Karen?
You mentioned 2 associations. Are these within the Pink Shell units, or?
These are neighboring. We can go to the slide that has the whole the CPD. Yeah, that's a good one. So you can kind of see on my right, but where the boutique building is, across the street is Vacation Villas. That's the yellow building. We work closely with that association and that board. In your packet, you have a letter of support from that association. You know, they have a challenge with parking. I mean, they literally have almost a spot per unit. If we were to get approval, we would be increasing those spots for them and helping them, amongst other benefits that we would give them. And then also with Beach Villas, which is the blue building just to our south. It's not part of the Pink Shell. Both of these buildings were developed by the Pink Shell years and years ago, but they're not in our program. that also, we gained their support. They had an intervener originally, and have now given a letter of support for the project also. You know, we used to rent those units. You know, when you look at, you know, Bill, why do you want to have the extra 40 units? I mean, vacation villas and beach villas, we used to rent those units out, and it just caused operational challenges for us because we don't control the corridors or the look and feel of the buildings. And we would get complaints from people when they stayed at one of the main buildings and then stayed at one of those. It just didn't work. So, you know, when you look at this project, you say, well, you know, you're not building any more facilities. Well, we don't need to, because our facilities that we had handled all of those units and those programs over the years. Today, we don't rent any of those units out anymore. But those are the two associations that I was speaking to.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Could you comment a little bit more and elaborate on this concept of economies of scale in a resort such as yours, and how these units would help you achieve certain economies of scale to help you better utilize all the various amenities you offer?
Sure. Well, you know, as you know, take the Beach Villas building. You know, there's 42 units in that building. Those 42 units used to be 100% in the Pink Shell program. Vacation Villas, you know, part of that building also was in our program. So we rented all those units. They used the facilities. They used our food and beverage. They used the pools. You know, the sweet spot for a resort-wise is in that 240, 250 range. I know you've heard it from other projects, but it's when you get to the scales of benefits. You know, an elevator costs, you know, $500,000 to $700,000. Doesn't, you know, you need an elevator for 5 units or 50 units. But when you start getting those scales of those expenses, that's where those benefits come into play. But, you know, for us, it's really, we had that size, and we just want to be that size with the facilities.
Can you discuss that concept as it relates to a post-Ian experience? In other words, your economic viability as a you're probably one of the top employers on the island, clearly a pillar economically for our community. Can you talk a little bit about having that sort of economic viability as it relates to that sort of economies of scale dynamic, and if and how it would have helped you recover financially and both physically and financially, your physical plant, as a result of Hurricane Ian? Just kind of blend those two together, if you could.
Sure. You know, when you look at the Pink Shell after Ian, the first resort that reopened was the Pink Shell. You know, the first resort that opened after Helene, the Pink Shell. First one after Milton, the Pink Shell. We housed FEMA. I still have FEMA from Milton in the resort right now. You know, the homeowners that were displaced on Fort Myers Beach. We housed FEMA right after Ian, about 100 units we were able to do. And I think what you see is the newer construction and buildings that were built have that ability. And we would have that ability, you know, if we had another building to be that resource. And we employ over 300 employees at the Pink Shell. I mean, we know we're an engine for this island. You know, our guests are eating in the restaurants. They're going to Publix. They're using the gift shops in the area, and I mean it's key. I mean to the success of you know this county. You know, it's a shame when you see that slide of 40% of the hotels are only back online. I mean that's and I can tell you when we're here next year, that number ain't changing much. I mean, it's still going to be in that 40% range, and it's tough. You know, I think you know, Karen mentioned about, you know, employee housing. One of the grim realities out of these storms, there's a lot more people for jobs, to where we haven't had to bring people internationals over. a lot of people lost their job, and it's I will say, if you compare it to pre-Ian, it's a lot easier to hire people right now because there's just a lot less restaurants and hotels open.
You know, you've been in this business a lot, for a long time, and you serve on the TDC. In fact, we served together for a year. I guess my question is, you look at that 40-some% return rate for the hotels. You said that's likely to remain stagnant for another couple of years at least. Do you have any sense, just given your knowledge of the island and the industry, what that number will eventually get to over the next 5 years?
I don't think you'll see the number get back to fully. I think you're going to see projects that are, you know, going to be converted to residential rather than hotel. I think that's just, you know, the grim economics of you know, real estate and where our pricing of real estate is now. Obviously, if you would develop a hotel, your return on investment is going to take a lot longer than it would be if you were selling as residential. So I think that number is going to be less that you're going to see as if you want to just call doors for hotels is going to be less. I think you'll see a mix of vacation rental. I mean, even in those numbers, just the amount of vacation rental that we've lost also, and you know, we see it in our bed tax numbers every month. It's a challenge, but I think you're gonna, you know, I have no doubt we're all gonna get back there. It's just gonna take us some time to get back, and you know, we're seeing a very strong first quarter. I mean, people are looking forward to coming down. I will say November, December was tough. I mean, a lot of people changed their plans after the two hurricanes, and you know, we were expecting much stronger November, December to being weaker, but the first quarter again looks good. You know, I think people want to get back to Fort Myers Beach, and you know, we've got a premier destination, and you know, I know the challenge you have, but the biggest complaint I get is people when they come over the island. It's like, ugh, you know, chain link fences, buildings that should be brought down. I mean, that's what we are trying to overcome as operators right now to convince people to come, and you know, we're trying to just, you know, get to the resort, stay at the resort as much as you can until the rest of the island can catch up.
I ask that because my struggle with this application today is you're not rebuilding as a result of Ian. You're in essence creating new density here, and that's why I'm trying to try to see if there's a correlation in terms of a post-Ian recovery dynamic, and I think you've helped.
Well, yeah, I think there's that, John. I think there's also the fact of, you know, we had 4 homes. I mean, we lost those homes. Those were, I mean, we weren't not impacted by the storm. You know, our insurance claim on the pink shell was $72 million. You know, and that's newer construction, but 72 million, heavily affected by the storm. And I'll tell you, between Helene and Milton, it's probably another $1.5 million to $2 million just in loss of between damages and lost bookings. I mean, it's just, man, we can't catch a break.
That's all I have. Thank you.
John, any questions for Bill?
Bill, you mentioned the pump out, and I believe the term on the sheet, the slide was almost priceless for the town. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, I actually took that quote and from Frankie because you know, I've watched all the meetings and LPA and you know, the direction was, you know, put a value to what these public benefits were, and I was trying to do my research. I'm like, you know, Frankie, what's pump out? What would be pump out? And his words to me were priceless. I mean, it's a challenge, I think, and I don't mean to speak for staff, but you know, I think some of you are aware that it's a challenge right now on the island of, you know, a lot of homeowners do not want that in their backyard at all, and you know, either from a land, equipment, or smell, and we have no issue going forward and doing that and solving that problem for the town for forever.
So, I guess in perpetuity, would you consider that, or?
Yes, yeah. Those, all the public benefits are in perpetuity. Obviously,
Okay.
the Bay Oaks, obviously, I don't, until the pool is built, I wouldn't see that ongoing, but we would do that until the pool is back online, because I think it works better for them to obviously use Bay Oaks.
So that's something we could put in writing then?
Of
for
course.
the Pump out?
Yeah, no doubt, and that was our expectations, that would be forever.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Frankie, I don't want to put you on the spot, but your name was brought up. Can you help me out here?
Yeah, the conversation was, at the time, we didn't have, we were trying to find the property behind, that was purchased, the old town hall property. Other areas around the town that we could possibly use as a town-run pump-out station for our mooring field boat. We don't really have an option at the moment. Future development, we can't really rely on. The Pink Shell has been there from day one, since the storm, as far as providing that service. Never mentioned anything, never raised a flag, or, hey, by the way, we're doing this for you type of thing. And it was just in response to being appreciative of having it available to the town at the moment until we can find a solution on our own.
Thank you. Can I ask Jim a question, since he's a liaison for the Anchorage Committee?
I'm here.
What are your thoughts on that, Jim? As someone, does this address the Anchorage Committee's needs?
Clearly, right now, it's a tremendous challenge. There is potential solutions, but they're pretty far down the road. So at this point, it is a very helpful service to the town, and will continue to be for certainly the next few years.
Okay, thank you.
I think Fred wanted to clear it.
Yeah, to address Councilor King's question, those, our original application, our first LPA hearing, we were just outlining the public benefits, as a lot of applicants do. But we, since then, have been included those, and they're in your packet as conditions of approval. So they would be attached to the resolution, and there's general language in there about in perpetuity and some of the other pieces. I mean, the financial pieces are taken out of it, but the general languages are part of the conditions of approval of the resolution. So yeah,
Thank you,
it'll
Fred.
be codified. Sure.
Fred, you got more to say?
I do have a little bit more. I'll try to keep it short. We're down to the, well, we need to go over the deviations, so if we can put the presentation back up there. I will go over these fairly quickly, just to provide the clarity, and then just let you ask questions about them if you have any questions. So the next slide, the deviation 1 is, as Sarah mentioned, is about no wall where there is a commercial parking lot abutting multifamily. We just thought with the park-like structure, that wall, we're going to meet the buffer requirements. In fact, they'll be far exceeded. But to have a wall against those properties would kind of wreck the view corridor that we're trying to make. So that was with deviation 1. Deviation 2, next slide, is on the Gulf side, where in front of Estero Island, beach villas. This is where we're proposing the 1 unit. So the yellow dash lines and the yellow are the setbacks that we're proposing. The blue are the setbacks of the former duplex and the cottage that were there. So we're trying to improve, I think we're trying to drastically improve conditions. We're adhering to the front of the street and side setbacks, and the rear setback is required to be 20 feet. We're asking to be at 15. It provides us with nice depth to do double stack of car parking underneath, and just provide a nice size unit there. As you can see, then there's a large multifamily building next to us, and then one of the duplexes were at just a couple of feet of setback. So we're improving that to a substantial degree, we feel. The next slide, deviation 3, this is across the street. So this is that additional lot that's now asked to be included in the CPD. It's 309 Estero Boulevard. There was a residential unit there that was, set kind of oddly, but it had 3 foot side setbacks and really kind of almost just 1 foot on the one side next to the other property. Bill and the Boykins know the abutting property owner well. We adjusted the setbacks and tried to improve it and did 10-foot setbacks on that side and 7.5 against our parking lot, which would be not parking lot, it'd be the view corridor and the landscape boardwalk area to improve that circumstance. This is a non-conforming lot. It's a 50-foot lot, so there's allowances in other parts of the code for 50-foot lots to have less setbacks than are required in the CR zoning district. So, I mean, we'd be required to have 15 feet on each side, which would leave a pretty narrow shotgun-style house left there. So that's why we asked for that setback. We're adhering to the rear and to the street setbacks on that one. So we just tried to provide a reasonable size and a reasonable improved setback.
But one goes to your parking lot, correct? One side of it, one of the view corridor? Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that, okay, and then that's, okay, got it.
Yep. Yeah, and you can see the pier that's kind of in between the two pieces of property up there. That's the one that we're proposing to be a water taxi drop-off. That would come to fruition. That's the drop-off there. But since it's all part of this, and that's why we wanted to improve that setback a little bit on that side versus the 2 or 3 feet that it was, just to provide plenty of room for the boardwalk to connect to that, and the view corridor to be, not on top of the view corridor. The next slide, deviation 4. There's 2 on this, so we did have side setback deviations on both sides. The requirement is for waterfront or water side lots is 20 feet on each side. We had requested 10 feet on each side before, so we reduced the size of the building so that we could meet the setback at least on one of the sides, and we chose the side that's next to an abutting property to be a good neighbor to that piece of property. So we have 20 feet on that side and then 10 feet against the maintenance area of outage. So we didn't change that request. It's just we still have that deviation. And then there is a rear one. So we did try to either improve or match the current setbacks. I mean, the parking lots now are pretty much wall to wall on that, including the rear. The rear would be required to have 25 feet, and we're asking for 10 on that, which matches where the current parking lot is. It improves a little, but we're asking for the building to go there because the parking lot, the understory parking would pretty much match what was existing there. The deviation 5, next slide.
Okay,
Oh,
go back.
I didn't know, I numbered it wrong. Oh, the deviation 4 was actually 4 and 5. I'm sorry, because there's a rear setback and a side setback. So, it's a mistake in the presentation. The documentation in the packages are correct. Deviations and the MCP is correct. Deviation 6 is about height. Obviously, we're only allowed to have 30 feet over base flood elevation, and we're going to 60 feet over base flood. And instead of 3 stories, 6 stories total. And then lastly, deviation 7 is the equivalency factor. So this is from the Land Development Code, and this places the entire resort under the equivalency factor of 6.67. So those are the 7 deviations that we have now. There were 10. 3 of them had to do with the public parking lot that was going to be on the beach access, so those are now removed because that isn't proposed anymore. But we think we improved the rest of them by reducing the building size and reducing or just improving some of the building layouts of the other ones and improve those deviations. The last couple of slides I have is really the the stuff that we just want to have on the record. There are 12 criteria for approval for zoning. We believe we meet these given the deviations that we're requesting. staff can opine on their feeling on these, but we do feel like we're in compliance with the intensity of the district, and whether or not the FAR counts the bottom floor parking or not, we meet it. So we didn't need to ask for a deviation for the FAR. If we were to apply it at density use, we would exceed the density. We all know exactly what that means, and the equivalency factor is the path forward on that to allow that to increase. With meeting those and with the approval of the deviations, we believe we're consistent with the land development code. There's other things like the proposed mix of uses is appropriate. Obviously, this is the same type of use that's in that entire area on the north end, other than some of the residential properties leading up to it. So we're still in the hotel condo rental business up there. So we believe it's appropriate in the neighborhood and doesn't change the character of the neighborhood at all. Next slide is just the compliance with the comp plan and the consistency with the comp plan. We outlined really the 5 significant comp plan policies that we believe we meet. There's some interesting one on there, like policy 18-1. With the changes along Estero Boulevard should be improved. The characteristics that make it a boulevard in character, not just a name. Safe and interesting to walk along, impressive landscaping, and scaled to people rather than high-speed traffic. And that's what we're trying to do by offering to not only improve the view corridor and the boardwalk and provide that kind of access way, which meets into the hidden path system that's on there with policy 7D-5, which speaks directly to hidden paths running along Bayside parallel to Estero Boulevard. But also to take over the landscaping in perpetuity of that entire stretch of our CPD to make it beautiful and add the nice landscaping and keep it maintained nicely at no cost to the town. It meets this policy and it meets other benefits to the town as well. Building heights, we're allowed to consider the deviations to building heights if the sticking to the existing height in the comp plan is unreasonable. I don't think it's ever unreasonable to stick to that, but does this one exceed what would be in the character of the neighborhood? It does not. There's taller buildings close by, and there's ones that are very similar. In fact, if it wasn't for the flood elevation, some of just the modern building, we'd be right in line with all the rest of the buildings that are in this area. So we believe you have a way to be consistent with the comp plan as far as granting height and be consistent with this. And then traffic, I think we're trying to mitigate as much as we can do. Traffic's been an issue. It will probably always be an issue. It will continue to be, but we're trying to do everything that we can to limit that. Bill mentioned the FDOT Lead-Tran Commute Connect program. I think that's absolutely great, and a program that the rest of the resorts on the island should consider. There's alternative forms of transportation. We have they provide bike rentals, they provide golf cart rentals. All the encouragement with their concierge services and other services are to not have people bring their cars in the first place and then use alternative forms of getting around, including bikes, golf carts, walking, and other forms to get to Bowditch and even down to Times Square, which is just about a mile walk, and it'll be a very pleasant walk with the proper landscaping, at least along more parts of the property. So the traffic impact, is always a big deal. More units does not lessen the traffic. We understand that, but we're doing everything we can programmatically and as conditions of approval to alleviate that as much as we can. So my last conclusion of that is because there was a lot of discussion at one point. Well, do we have the legal path for approval on this? Are you able to legally approve this? The intervener brought up, tried to make some decent arguments about that. Or some in-depth arguments. I don't know if they were decent or not, but just in-depth arguments about that. I think we're on the same page with staff that through the equivalency factor through the land development code, we're allowed to request that deviation as long as we meet certain criteria. Sorry, skip ahead 2 slides. These are the criteria that we need to meet according to land development code 34-1803-2. that allowed it to approve as a deviation through a plan development zoning process. And for approving such a deviation, must be found that all other aspects of the development, all the things we've been talking about, height, traffic, intensity of use, character of the neighborhood, compatibility, are compatible with the surrounding areas. We believe we are, based on that, what we've proposed and the public benefits and special benefits proposed. And proposal clear exceeds all standards of the Fort Myers Beach comp plan. We believe we're consistent with that. The fact that staff was able to come to a place where they're recommending approval based on your policy decision as to whether we offset the height of the request and the equivalency based on our public benefits. We believe we meet that and are consistent with the comp plan. And then the equivalency factor increase exceed the maximum intensities allowed in Fort Myers Beach. The intensity is the floor area ratio, and we're staying under that, so we believe we meet that criteria as well. So now I'm going to sum it up with the last slide. So in our conclusion, so what you really heard today was that Pink Shell is trying to seek to develop into its mature form. You heard that there, some of the units and the other abutting associations were at one point underneath the Pink Shell rental program and operations. They built their amenities and everything to that size in order to accommodate those. For many years, those have not been part of this, so the final development plan to get to that nice operational place is what's in front of you today. We believe, obviously, we had a slide on there. We didn't want to belabor economic aspects too much, but I mean, obviously, improvement of that piece of property from a parking lot to a hotel will increase the tax base significantly and help with recovery for the rental units and the hotel units. And staff is recommending conditional approval. I think it's a testament to our hard work and your staff's hard work on figuring this thing out and really getting down to the bottom line of this. And now it's just a policy decision based on, your feeling of this and based on the public and special benefits. And then we've put in the hard work, we believe. We have now have the support of neighbors. Now, we have support of the boards. I'm sure there's going to be individual owners in some of these that are going to probably have opposition to that. And like Bill said, we can't make everybody happy, but we did work with their boards in order to get approval. So we believe we have no real neighbor opposition at this point, other than individual owners that don't agree with this is a good development, and that's fine. We believe we're compatible with neighborhood. We meet the FAR. We meet the parking. Believe the Boykin Group has shown to be good neighbors and good stewards of the property and of the land and good friends to the town. We addressed alternative transportation to the greatest extent that we can and providing what we believe are substantial public benefits. So in my professional opinion, as a AICP certified planner, in agreement with our other experts, we believe we're consistent with comp plans, goals, policies, and objectives, the town's land development code, ordinances, and other applicable regulations. So that's my official part at the end. And that's it. So that's the end of our presentation, and so we're here for questions now.
All right. Scott, any last questions for the applicant?
No, I'm good.
Karen?
I do. And maybe I missed it in the whole packet, but we haven't talked about timing. Like what you are looking at as far as if we go through the whole approval, and what are the next phases? What is your outlook on timing when this will be built?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. So that Bill Williams, Bob Boykin.
So, Robert Boykin again. This is a real challenge. Today, if I brought a bank down to say, hey, we need to get some financing going, they're going to look at that building next door and they're going to say, well, what about that? Even if I found that bank to finance this idea, and then we built it, and it didn't, suffer a major occurrence with a fire next door, because that's a concern to us greatly. I'm not sure how the customers would receive wanting to go check into what's next to it. So I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I'd love to hear the answer as to when are we going to see some action on getting rid of that building, but that's my dilemma. So, you know, it is a function of, you know, we've got a rendering. We don't have set plans. So even, you know, if that building wasn't there, just to start today, between doing the architecture and the planning and all the stuff that it takes in this day and age, you're maybe just shy of a year of work to get ready to then go out to bid, and then you gotta build it. Now, this is a pretty simple building, so I don't think the construction side is brutal, but it's, you know, it's a year and something to bring it up. But my biggest concern right now would be, I don't know how to get out of the blocks on something like this until we fix our neighbor.
So I guess that leads me into two more questions. Town staff, where are we on that building?
I believe, the counselor can address this.
So it's my understanding, a couple things are in play, that the, first of all, my last conversation with the attorney tells me that they were intending to fix it. I have personally seen the building. I don't think it's repairable. I think it is definitely a structure that needs to come down. So we now have a DOA process for code enforcement in place, and it is supposed to go on February. I had conversations with our code enforcement department yesterday, indicating that this one needs to go February in front of the DOA hearing examiner, the judge. There is, my last conversation with the attorney for the property owner was that there was some type of pending approval, and I would have to defer to Sarah as far as what the status of that application is. And so that's pretty much where we are. One more item is that, recently it has been observed that there is a derelict vessel in the backyard. And I understand too from code enforcement that they are proceeding with an action to address that part of the condition of the property. That's what I know. Staff might have some additional information.
So basically with the red tag process that led into the litigation process or perceived litigation process, since that has been going on, there are other avenues that we can pursue, that may be in the process, which the counselor alluded to, going on public safety, derelict vessel, just the condition of the structure, regardless of what pink shell is granted or not granted, just to the neighborhood and to the town, having a building, or if you want to call it that, a leftover structure in that condition. So we're pursuing several angles, and that will be going to the magistrate as the counselor suggested.
In February.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed staff commenting back and forth. Do you have any updates at all?
This would be on the redevelopment.
Yes, the CPD was submitted. The last interaction, the staff gave them comments in mid-November. We just recently received a letter, actually towards the beginning of December, received a letter asking for an extension. So it's not clear when we'll be seeing movement on that, but they are saying that they've requested an extension in order to complete the documents that are requested.
So is there, I mean, I get the dilemma, but does that keep you from going through the process of the renderings and starting on the architectural design, which is in a year, that's a year right there.
Yeah.
Of going through that. Is that something that can be started on?
Well, so there's that issue, if you will. The other issue is, as Bill alluded to, I mean, 2024, we thought we were gonna do better than we did. It was not a great year. Our look into 2025 is encouraging. I'm gonna, you know, in order to even approach the economics of debt and equity, we've gotta have proof, not just forecasts. And so I need to see the season. This season is critical. We have to see this unfold in the way we think it's gonna, it's looking good on the books. But in order to go out and do this work, which is, we're over $300,000 to stand here and have this conversation for us right now. So to keep going is, it's just expensive. And we need to have the confidence that, we're gonna be able to have a set of numbers we can take to the lender. I don't, the equity I'm not as concerned about, but we are gonna need debt to do something like this. And so I'm gonna have to put the season under our belt before we know where we're at.
But what if that was a condition, that you would start within the next year for
Then-
renderings and that type of thing?
Then we probably wouldn't do it. I can't be held to a guarantee that the season's gonna happen. So, you're asking someone to make I don't know what the number is, but call it a, $30, $40 million bet.
All right, thank you.
Now, the only thing I will say, don't look at what we are hoping to do. Look at what we've done and how we've behaved over the last 25 years. And so, that's my best answer to the question.
I appreciate that, thank
Yep.
you.
Vice Mayor?
Bob, I've got a follow-up on that.
Go ahead, John.
Well, you're the one that brought this to us, then if there's so many unknowns, why are we here at this time doing this?
Well, we've been at this now for quite a while, and I was expecting '24 to be a better season than it is. I'm confident in '25, and the planning process is quite long. So, we're here because when the time comes, we want to get going. But you're asking a lot of someone to say, make a commitment in the face of the economic uncertainty that is Fort Myers Beach. Just as an example, when are we going to get a traffic light at Times Square? I wouldn't have thought 2.5 years after the storm we'd still be wondering about that. But I want to be ready to go when the market says it's time to go. And ultimately, the market's going to decide. Are the customers coming back to Fort Myers Beach? When they come back, I believe we're going to be in the first position to get the customers. We always have, and I think that'll be the case. But that's why we're here. We want to be prepared for that day. But this is one step at a time. It is a sequential process in many regards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since you're up there, John, do you have any other questions for the applicant?
Nothing at this time, no.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. Anything else to add? Anyone? Fred? No? Okay. Then, at the request of a anonymous person, we're gonna take a brief 10-minute comfort break before we start public comment. Comfort break.
Sarah, can I ask you a quick
miles an hour, but nothing.
All right, John, are you there? We're gonna call the meeting back to order.
I'm here.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It is 12:17. We are now at the public comment portion of this public hearing. Is there, Madam Clerk, is there?
I have a couple signed up. First up is Phyllis Scroggy, and after Phyllis is Holly Bagot. Baggett. All right.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Are you people awake? It's been a long morning.
Are you awake?
Now.
All right, good.
Nerves always do that.
Sure.
Okay. I'm Phyllis Scroggy. I am an original owner of Vacation Villas. The only one. Okay. I can answer some of the questions that they stated about when we used to rent through the Pink Shell.
Just move up a little bit so
Sure.
people can hear things.
Through the Pink Shell, and the reasons that ended. First of all, they didn't have the pools that they have today, so we can't compare whether the people all using Vacation Villas there would have been enough room for them. Okay. Second of all, the majority of people left the rental program because they could do better themselves. We were one of the very last ones to leave, and it was happening that they were not able to rent our place. It was too far from their amenities. People wanted to be there in the White Sands, because at that time that had been built. Okay. Now, I really only have a couple of major concerns. First of all, the Pink Shell is a really good neighbor. And I have stayed there with my family because we always have come for Thanksgiving, and this year we went to the Pink Shell because our place was not available. If they are having a bad year, those pools are pretty crowded. So I'm not quite sure if they have enough amenities for future growth. This new building that they're talking about building on the bay side, we're talking about at least 100 additional people if they're full or more, and it is across from all of the amenities. The only way you can enter their amenities is through the main entrance. Everything else has been closed. Okay. How many people do you have going back and forth more than once a day, many times a day? We're talking about a safety issue. If they want to go to the beach, how do they go to the beach? If not through the main entrance, right next to the Vacation Villa pool, or possibly, let's just walk right through Vacation Villas. That's what's right there, across the street. This does not seem like a very good plan to me. It will also, that little section, and granted they may have the right to do this, they are now going to have a tunnel effect. And we really don't want to look like Miami Beach. Okay?
Thank you.
I took a picture.
We just need you to wrap this up. You're 3 minutes.
Which I will pass around. This was last Sunday. It was cold last Sunday, and I happened to have company, and they wanted to see what was happening at the beach.
Thank
This
you.
is the traffic over the bridge.
We'll take a look
At
at it.
10:30 in the morning. You really want more?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Holly, and after Holly will be Catherine Schultz.
Good same. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Holly Baggett. I'm an owner at Vacation Villas, 100 Estero, which is the proposed property that's going to be most impacted by this new hotel. I want to set the record straight on a few points. Our board is 5 members. The vote of our board was 4-1 to agree to not oppose the Pink Shell's plans. And just like we all agree, they're a great neighbor. And I think our board was so concerned that they're gonna get everything they asked for. And we're only 30 people, 30 owners. Once again, 4 voted for it. Owners didn't vote. This was not a full wide vote of any of us. But we are going to get 3 parking spots more. Now, I want to talk about the parking spots across the street. It is a deeded easement. We don't lease those. When the tennis courts were removed, if you look at the 3.2 acre parcel that started all of this, those 6 parking spots are in that lot already designated for vacation villas. So once again, these aren't leased, but they're gonna do us a favor because we only have 30 spots in our parking lot. We have 30 spots, 30 owners, 30 units. So once again, what I wanna say is if you look at the comprehensive plan, this is a mixed-use residential area. We are the only residential building. We've got motor to the one side, beach access 43 to the other. We now have their new events garden next to that you approved last year. We have 39 liveaboards across the street, which don't count towards density. And now they want to put the 40-unit hotel directly across the street in front of us. I didn't want to live at Disney World. I don't mind, they've been a great neighbor, but I don't want to be surrounded by guests of a hotel and have nowhere to go. I've got Publix on all sides of me. They didn't lose this in Ian. They lost nothing in Ian to this scale. I think when they talk about the size of that parcel, I believe it's 0.47 of an acre. It's not a full acre, lot 38 and 39. So if Jim, you asked for these density numbers from Sarah, and what could they get if they could get something, regardless of the comp plan, the covenant, taking all that away, I don't think it's 12 units. If 1 acre gives them 12 units, it's only a half an acre. Now, I did bring our box presentation to show you how big this property is. This is the parcel. We did revise this because, as you know, they have 3 10-foot setbacks, and they have now 1 20-foot to the neighbor. This is how that's going to look on that parcel when you come down the street. You're coming down Estero, this is the front of the building. This is what people will see. This is us across the street. They aren't compared to ours. We have a 45-foot setback from the road. All the properties really have a very large setback. This thing is what everybody will see if you allowed them to have it. And for us and the safety concerns and the people coming across the street, we will be impacted most by any decision to allow them to have more of a hotel.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Catherine Scholes, and after Catherine is Jack Holsom.
Good afternoon. I tried to understand the legal description of the property better by coloring in some maps. So, this is a map of the warranty deed when Boykin first bought the property. I think that the deed was confusing because the prior owner had assembled parcels over time. And so over the next 2 years, Boykin actually submitted 4 corrective deeds. But this is the property that's covered by the covenant. The covenant is supposed to, this is Exhibit A, which is supposed to describe the property known as the Pink Shell Resort. And it is indeed the case that the tennis courts are not included, but so is this whole area down here, which is where Sanibel View is. And in June of 2000, they submitted a final warranty deed. This is the corrected property of Pink Shell. So you can see that the covenant didn't include a lot of property, not just the tennis courts. So as to whether or not the intent was to encumber lots 38 and 39, The staff report for the LPA hearing reads, the Bayside CPD parcel is approximately 3.2 acres. Development of the CPD from north to south is with existing tennis courts, existing 5-unit building owned by Peter Lissich, a park with an interpretive walkway, a 78-space parking lot, the existing and proposed expansion to the administration restaurant building, a 35-space valet parking lot, and continuation of the interpretive walkway and park area. In the narrative associated with this hearing, they say, we propose to remove all buildings on the bay with the exception of the existing building containing the office, etc. Other benefits include increased public safety due to a decrease in the number of instances when our guests would have to cross Estero Boulevard to reach the beach side of the resort, having all the residential use on one side of the road where most of the recreational amenities exist. The proposed arrangement maintains existing density. And finally, the removal of structures on the bayside creates a vista that will be unsurpassed in terms of water, wildlife, and boat views, and will serve as a wonderful gateway to Bowditch Park, which is next door. So, your attorney has said that the words are what the words are. If they were going to go to the trouble correcting the warranty or correcting the description on the covenant, why did they not also remove the phrase 3.2 acre Bayside parcel? Because there are a lot of words that suggest that 3.2 acres is that whole master concept plan. My last caution for you is to really think about what in perpetuity means to you and to this applicant, because apparently it means as long as it's convenient.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jack Holsom, and that's all I have signed up.
Let's see if they can, hold on a second. Can you find the master plan?
Got him. I have one more after him.
For the record, my name is Jack Holson, and I'm a neighbor to the Pink Shell at 319 Estero. So,
Sir,
when you look at-
Yeah.
Thank you.
my name is Jack Holson, and I'm a neighbor to the Pink Shell at 319 Estero. We were part of the group that was wiped out and are suffering through the rebuild process right now. So if you look at that master plan, 309 is the far upper right, and there's one residential lot next to that, and then that's where we are. So my first question, if you look at the master plan, is for 309, is that being proposed as a single-family residence that just the resort is gonna manage, or is that gonna be, like hotel unit?
We'll have them address it on the rebuttal comments.
Okay, so if that's gonna be, we have no issue if a residential, single-family residence is built there. They have the right to do that. We support doing that, but we would not support deviations to the setbacks or doing 3 living stories or height changes. All the homes on the Back Bay, all are built according to the same rules, and they're 2 stories above living, and they meet the setbacks. So it wasn't clear to me either whether the setback from the bay is 25 feet in the street. I couldn't see that. Then if you go across the street to the Gulf Shore property, again, the right to rebuild single-family residences, have no issue with that. If they're looking to put hotel units in there and convert that to hotel units, then we would oppose that and ask that you not incorporate those into this CPD and leave those as residential properties, subject to the same 2 floors above flood and with the height restrictions and lot line variances. The biggest thing is, again, this proposed hotel. If you look to the right, I believe this area is now what's claimed to be covered by the covenant, is that correct? In the middle of 2023, I think the Pink Pink Shell put a proposal in before the LPA that developed that whole section, with the exception of lot 309. Now there's a proposed development on that little piece with the big hotel on it. So one concern is a neighbor, and I don't wanna be here. We love the hotel. We love our neighbors, but there's a lot of people that are concerned. There's a lot of people in their 70s and 80s that just don't feel like they can speak out, and we love the neighbors so much, we don't want to do it. So I'm not here because I want to do it. But if this was put over in perpetuity, and there's a development proposed in the middle of 23 to develop that whole thing, what does perpetuity mean, and how can we ensure that if something's approved on this piece, that something's not going to be proposed later for the rest of that piece? So
Thank
that's
you.
a concern that a lot of the neighbors have. So if, I think there's a lot of ambiguity as to what was the intent. I've spoken with neighbors.
Sir, we'll have them address that at the end. I think we understand what you're saying, and I think they do as well.
I'll be real quick. Let me
Wrap it up for me, please.
I've spoken with neighbors, spoken with LPA members, etc. I believe the intent was the Pink Shell Resort asked to eliminate the density on the bay side, give us what we want over here. That was the spirit of it, to preserve the north end, and that's what was done. So I would ask that sometimes we need to just want what we have. The Pink Shell has great people, great management,
We got
great
it.
owners,
Thank you.
great resort, a great marina. Let's want what we have. Sometimes more isn't better.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ray Murphy.
Ray Murphy, I'm still under oath. You get a history lesson every time I come up here. I was sitting in the exact seat you are right now, Dan. I was mayor at the time when this CPD came before us. There was discussion earlier about the intent and the ambiguity of the intent at the time. Well, I can tell you, as I'm standing here right now, the intent at that time was to transfer all the developable units on that side, on the bay side, the entire piece, move them over to the white sands on the other side, and in perpetuity, that side was to remain undeveloped. That was the intent. Now that's changed. That's changed somewhere along the line here. So, just to be clear, they wanted their units transferred from the bay side over to the Gulf side to get their extra stories or what have you. That was fine. At that time, we didn't really talk too much about public benefit per se, but it could have been perceived at the time that that was a public benefit by moving it over there and keeping that whole side of the bay side undeveloped. Now that's changed. That's changed somehow, and I'm not privy to these other documents that you're talking about, and I'll get another look at them, I guess. But I'm sure if you brought my former colleague Anita Saracita back in here, she'll tell you the same thing. That was the intent at the time. Okay, so I think what you have here, and this is what you're going to be facing. You're facing it with Seagate. You faced it with Myerside. You're going to be facing with all these larger projects is you've got these property owners coming in here and piling on after Ian. I call it the post-Ian pile-on. Everybody's trying to get more and more and more that they're not entitled to. They're not entitled to. So I respectfully ask you to not reconsider this, but to vote no on the resolution. And if it doesn't carry today, well, then I'll be back when it does again. Thank you.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak or make a comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do you guys want to come up and answer that one question? You don't have to, but if you'd like to answer the question about 309, I believe it was.
Sure. For the record, Bill Weiss-Willis. Jack, those lots 309 and Gulf Shore Court. It would just be, just as you would build a home, but they would just be a residential home that we would have part of our program, but not hotel units. I mean, it would just be a house, a home. And just to clarify on vacation villas, Holly's right. It was a vote of 4-1 on their board, but they did survey all the owners, and the majority was to support the project. So I just want to put that on the record also. So, thank you.
Yeah. Amy, any rebuttal? Anything you'd like to?
Thank you. Yes, I have a few points for rebuttal that I would like to make. And in fact, would it be possible to get the presentation put back up quickly?
Sure. What, any specific page you're looking for?
The last 2 slides I think would probably be most relevant here.
Jason, can you get the last 2 slides up for us?
Thanks. Keeping it easy on you guys. So first and foremost, as we're getting there, I just want to again acknowledge Sarah and her team, Nancy, Frankie, everybody who has been involved with this project, who has helped us understand, what can and can't be done, and who, they've spent a lot of time and effort on this and on this review, not just on, reviewing the deed restrictions, but on so much related to this project. So we would be remiss not to acknowledge them. So just a couple of things I want to hit on quickly, because there's a lot of discussion about the intent of the restrictive covenants and all of that. So we do need to look for intent where there is ambiguity in the written document. But to the extent that there is not ambiguity in the written document, we do not consider previous communications, correspondence, agreements that were not incorporated into the restrictive covenant. So what that means is we really have to look at the restrictive covenant itself. That is what is enforceable. And only when the language is ambiguous do we start getting involved, employing statutory principles of statutory construction and these theories about strict construction versus liberal construction and all of that. So here, the legal description in the restrictive covenant is not ambiguous. But even if it was, it would be construed strictly in favor of the property owner, again, because these types of restrictive covenants are kind of, the case law on this is clear that these are not favored by law. It's also really important to note that the case law also states that the opinion of witnesses regarding what the use of the premises would be is not binding here. We look at the actual language in the instrument. So we can talk about what was intended or not, but the instruments are clear that lots 38 and 39 of Block D, which is the boutique hotel parcel, is not intended to be here. So I wanted to hit on that quickly. And another thing that I want to hit on, Amy was kind enough to forward me some additional emails that had been received in opposition to this project yesterday and this morning. And what we've heard in public comment today, what we've read in the emails, there's a lot of concern about impacts, things like traffic, negative impacts from increasing the equivalency factor, things along those lines. I think there were some concerns about drainage and environment and, other impacts. So, as Nancy stated earlier, the burden of proof here is competent substantial evidence. So, what is and is not competent substantial evidence is pretty clear. And this was discussed really well in a 2017 case called Catherine v. LLC v. Fagan, which is out of the first DCA. And lay witnesses may offer their views about matters that don't require expert testimony. So they use the example that the natural beauty of an area can be competent substantial evidence when testified by a lay witness. When we start talking about traffic, impacts, things of that nature, that's where Florida law does require that we have an expert to testify on that. And you've heard from multiple experts today, but specifically the experts in planning would be Sarah and Fred. And they're in agreement that the impacts from this development don't exceed what the criteria for approval here. So this is not to discredit public opinion on this project. It's simply just to state that the impacts really do need to be reviewed by a professional in this area, and they have been. They've been reviewed by multiple professionals, and they're in agreement that we're good to go on this. There was some discussion that the development of this particular boutique hotel would affect people's enjoyment of Bowditch Park. I think that's a little bit of a red herring, so I just want to put that on the record and say that this is private property. People have rights to use their property in accordance with what is allowed by the town, the state, and the federal governments. So you can't, it would be improper to deny development of a parcel simply because it's next to a public park. We just don't see that. There was some discussion about safety concerns. Again, that comes back to, I would argue that's something that needs to be discussed by an expert, but we do have sidewalks here. And quite frankly, I believe that if there was an issue, like a real concern here with safety about crossing Estero Boulevard to go from the proposed boutique hotel to the White Sands amenities, I feel pretty strongly that would have been caught in staff review by Sarah or another staff person that is involved. And there was some discussion about, concerns from owners of vacation villas that folks might try to access the beach through their property. That concern is very well taken. My suggestion there would be to consider the law on this does require property owners to engage in self-help. So a hotel owner is not responsible for its guests trespassing on private property, but the condominium association is responsible to prevent that type of trespass. So that is something that can be handled very easily. I mean, we see this all over the island and really all over the world with development. People take steps to prevent trespass. I also want to clear up the discussion about the 12 units that are remaining on the Gulf side. So as Sarah hit on in the very first part of her presentation, the 1995 zoning ordinance or zoning resolution that was adopted by Lee County provided that there were 59 hotel units approved for all of the Bayside property, which does include lots 38 and 39, the boutique hotel parcel. And I believe that actually also included lot 37 with the now dilapidated structure. In 2000, when that density transfer was made, it transferred 47 units, not the entire 59. So again, that indicates to us in pari materia, when we're looking at the legal descriptions, the original 2000 zoning ordinance, the recorded restrictive covenant, and then the amended resolution. And when you take that into context and you also see that there were 12 units that were not transferred, it just further bolsters the argument that the intent was not to transfer developable rights from the boutique hotel lot. And then, the final note that I'll make regarding timing, I know that there was some question about, should this be approved now if this is not going to be fully designed and into permitting in a year? Just as a quick note, typically Florida law does not favor expiration dates on zoning approvals. Many jurisdictions actually used to put expiration dates on either the zoning approval itself or on the master concept plan, and there's quite a bit of Florida case law that has found that that's improper. So in the interest of not only preserving the property owner's rights, but also making sure that whatever decision is made by the town, by y'all, to make sure that it's legally defensible, I would just say that timing conditions can be a little bit challenging. And I would just, again, not only just for the applicant's interest, but for the town's, I would suggest that we not include a condition regarding timing, but certainly we are open to other conditions related to other concerns that you might have, anything that y'all might want to throw out there. So I know that was long-winded. Thank you for your time. Please let me know if you have any questions.
John, do you have any questions before we go to
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the, excuse me. I just want to go back to the amendment, 0007A. Which basically said those two parcels were not to be included in this in perpetuity. And at that time, I mean, Dan Hughes was the mayor, and it was a 5-0 vote in favor of that, with Anita Saracita, Dan Hughes, Terry Kane, Gar Reynolds, and Ray Murphy. So that's, I think, what we're talking about, is to keep, that these were not included in the perpetuity, correct?
Right. Just the boutique hotel parcels, just 38, 39, that was, I shouldn't say just, they didn't own 309 Estero at that time either. But the 38 and 39, where we're proposing the boutique hotel, was clearly not intended to be encumbered by that density transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, appreciate your time. Oh, did you have a question for me, Mayor?
Nope, I'm just asking if Scott does.
No, I do not.
Thank you all, I appreciate your time.
All right. If there's nothing else, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
Dan,
Oh,
I think that Ms. Prost wanted to say something as well after Ms.
do I have to unclose the hearing to make this?
Mayor, I think you can do a lot of things. Unclose it.
All right,
So
Unclose.
just,
reopen.
reopen the hearing.
just
There you
for
go.
clarification, Amy was talking about the 12 units, that were remaining on that Bayside parcel, that was referenced. Those 12 units were already allocated, and they were moved, 5 remained on that multifamily property, that's now the dilapidated property, and 7 of those units got transferred to Casa Playa. So the reason they couldn't have, so those aren't remaining units that could be used, those are units that are allocated already to the existing multifamily and over to Casa Playa. So I didn't want it to seem as if there were 12 units hanging out that somebody could use.
So I have a question so the 47 units, was that with the hotel equivalency factored in, or was it just 47 and then they times it by 2?
At that time, they didn't use an equivalency factor.
Okay.
So they just called it 47 hotel units.
Okay. Well,
Karen, you have questions for Jim? Nothing additional. John, anything additional?
No, but thank you for clearing that up, sir.
Thank you.
Just to get
Come on, we reopened it, so let's hear that rebuttal.
Well, I wanna answer your question.
Okay, sure.
Because there was 47 over there.
Can you move up just?
I'm sorry. There was 47 that got transferred across the street, but on the site where the White Sand Villa building is, and I'm gonna round numbers here, there was 43 or 45 cottages. So those numbers were added together. So there wasn't an equivalency factor. It was a consolidation in one location of density.
Gotcha.
Okay?
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll close the public hearing and ask for discussion or a motion from council. John, anything you'd like to say?
I guess what I'll wait till a motion comes forward, thank you.
Okay. Jim? Okay. Karen?
I wonder who's gonna make a motion. I'll wait.
I can't, so it's down to you, Scott.
Okay. I think the biggest issue I had, and I was struggling with this, was during the LPA hearing, it was, hey, we transferred all this density and in perpetuity, and that seemed to be Anita and Jane's big hang-up with not approving this. But, you know, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the evidence here today is clear that this parcel was not included in that. And for that reason, and I believe the public benefit is great, and as staff recommended, if we can get to the fact that there's public benefit, and I do believe that there is, that we should approve this. So I make a motion that we approve ordinance 24-35 Pink Shell Resort CPD.
And that's moving it to second reading
Moving it to a second reading.
on February
Um,
the 3rd?
No, is it January 21st? No?
January 21st.
February 3rd.
Oh,
Oh, it does?
Date
Oh,
certain
sorry.
with
Yeah.
all the deviations
Yeah, okay.
and conditions.
Okay, there's a motion by Counselor Safford. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second that.
Okay, we got a second by Counselor King. Further discussion?
Yeah, I would, before the second reading, I would like the two items that were talked about as being priceless, to have some prices put with them. The economics of the benefit to the town would be a big help for me.
What was the other one? Or I'm assuming you're referring to the pump out boat?
It was the mooring, the pump out, and then the street, the stormwater issues.
Okay.
I just have a comment.
Yes.
Because this in perpetuity lots, that was a big hang up for me as well. I think that has basically been solved. But what is still a hang up for me is the timing. And even though we can't put in formal conditions or anything like that, I believe that, you know, if we look at Seagate, they did commit. They didn't put anything in writing or anything like that, but they did commit to timing. And so that is a huge open piece for me for now, and I'm hoping that by the second reading, if this goes through, that we can maybe get there.
So I would like to comment on that, if I may,
Yeah.
Karen.
Mhm.
You know, Seagate, those are condos. The hotel business is totally different than a condo. So to ask a hotelier, given the market, and I was a hotelier, I still have a vacation rental company, and I can echo his sentiments right now. I mean, November, December were not what we thought they were going to be. January still isn't. I mean, February and March look good, but you know, he's got to go to a lender. The lender's going to say, "Show me your numbers." So for us to put, "Hey, you got to get going right away," that it's just not fair. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with our economy? Not just Fort Myers Beach, but the United States economy. Who knows what interest rates are going up? I mean, but the bottom line for a hotelier is he's got to show his lender that the numbers are going to work. And right now, I have to agree with Mr. Boykin. That's a tough deal. That's a tough sell right now.
Jim, any comments?
Yeah, I'd say just a couple things. These two new documents appear, and I use that word carefully, appear to address some of the LPA concerns. They appear to address some of the concerns raised by Mayor Murphy. But I'd like to reserve my right to change my vote on second reading if that is indeed not the case. I'm a bit concerned that our town attorney hasn't had an ample time to review these, and I'd like to have staff review them just to confirm that they do indeed allay those concerns. This one is a tough one, as they quite frankly all have been. This is a new build, it's not a rebuild as a result of Hurricane Ian, and I think a new build should have a higher threshold, if you will, in terms of requirement of public benefit than an entity rebuilding as a result of Hurricane Ian. At the same time, it's hard to argue that the Pink Shell was not severely impacted by Hurricane Ian, and it's quite honestly, its recovery could be used as a model for others. So again, as all of these have been extremely complex, I'm going to vote yes today, and I'd like to see that these two documents are affirmed by our town attorney and Sarah and her team. And but that's where I stand as of this afternoon.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, there's a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor King. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Nay.
The motion carries 3-1 with Mayor Allers abstaining to go to the second reading on February the 3rd at 9 a.m.
Aye. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. the next one. Item B under the public hearings has been continued to
If we can
the
unplug Sarah, I
21st.
do.
So that takes us
Do
to
we
item
unplug you?
C. Hang on just a second. Well, it's awful noisy back there. Just give everybody a second to gather up and settle out.
So that one was what, 4 hours?
All right. We're going to continue moving. It's still got a long way to go. The next item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions
Okay.
or denying special
I'll move 'em.
exception SEZ 202-40158 to allow shared use parking lot per LDC section 34. All right, hold on. Hey, you guys mind going outside and having your conversations? That'd be great. Thank you. Everybody likes a good park. All right, we'll start again. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions and denying a special exception SEZ 202-40158 to allow shared use parking lot per LDC section 34-20112A for the property located at 1240 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Gotta go through my whole sheet.
It's
For
a
this
resolution. Yeah.
Yes, okay. If any town council member has any update communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations of the site. Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor?
I don't believe I've had any.
I don't believe I've had any either. Counselor Woodson?
I've had one conversation.
Okay. And Counselor Seifert?
I've had none whatsoever.
Okay. Who's heading this way? Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience. Has been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? All right. Seeing none.
Mayor, may I
Yes.
ask, is the applicant present today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Has the applicant seen a copy of the backup agenda from staff? Backup material agenda from staff? He does not believe he has. So yes, you have. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. The applicant, Original Beach, on behalf of Ganem Properties LLC, is proposing a 25-space shared parking lot with one ADA parking space. This parcel is located at 1240 Estero Boulevard. It is in the downtown zoning district, adjacent to the parking lot owned by the town next to Margaritaville. A shared parking lot requires approval of a special exception per section 34-2011-2A and must be evaluated per section 34-88B. The proposed spaces are angled 90 degrees and a 45-foot wide drive aisle is proposed. Code requires a 22-foot drive aisle. The applicant intends to utilize the existing 27-foot wide access point from Estero Boulevard. The applicant proposes to meet or exceed the landscaping requirements of the LDC. LDC section 10-416C2A requires one tree to be planted per 250 square feet of internal landscape area or 7 trees for the site. The applicant proposes to preserve all 9 remaining healthy trees along the periphery of the site. LDC section 10-416C2B requires at least 10% of the internal parking area to be landscaped. The applicant is proposing 5-foot wide landscaped areas along the east and western boundaries of the project to meet this requirement. The applicant is also proposing a 17-foot wide internal landscaping island on the east side of the parking lot. The code requires a 10-foot wide internal landscaping island. So the only thing that is required for this special exception, for this shared parking lot, is approval of the special exceptions. No variances are needed. At the December 3rd LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval with 1 member absent.
Okay. John, any questions for Sarah?
Is this a permanent thing or a temporary?
At this time, we don't have temporary parking lots, so it would be permanent, but I don't think that the long-term intent of the property is to be used for this, but the applicant can speak to that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, Sarah, it's getting on in the day. So what exactly is the applicant asking to be exempted from certain landscaping, or is it just the special condition dynamic?
It's just the special exception that's required for the use. So they are meeting all of the variants. They're meeting all of the landscaping requirements, drive aisle widths, size of parking lots, ADA requirements. They're meeting all of the requirements, but the use requires a special exception.
So it's just not zoned for parking, and so that's why.
We don't have an opportunity to, all shared parking lots, all paid parking lots are a special exception use.
Okay, thank you.
Council Woodson?
Not at this time.
Council Stafford?
Not this time, but I do want to amend my comment. I did receive one email about this.
Okay. I don't have anything at this point, at this time.
Just as that point, Scott, I think I did too, but I don't think the person mentioned this specific property in my email, but I could be wrong. It was kind of a generic email about things like this, but anyways, just for the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, you want to come up?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
State your name for the record and
Reginald Beach.
anything you want to tell us about this, or?
Pretty much that's it. I'm not trying
Okay.
to use the words I used the last time. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here. There was a motel that washed away in Hurricane Ian. It's just been an utterly vacant piece of property since then. I believe the owners would like to sell it if they can find the right buyer. In the meantime, in the interest of just trying to pay the taxes and do something useful with it, it's an eyesore. I want to park some cars there, so I'm happy to do what I need to do for you good people.
Will this be a manned parking lot, or will this be a
I
non-manned?
really thought about it. I'm thinking I'm going to have an attendant there, yeah, but there will be an automated facility as well. QR codes, same thing as the town has.
So is your intent to have people like flag them in off the street?
No,
or-
absolutely not. No,
Just trying to get to, what's the point of having an attendant and a paid thing?
you got to feel it out and see how it goes. The problem with not having an attendant is if people don't honour the honour system,
Yeah, got it.
then you have an enforcement issue. I don't want to be towing cars away. Nothing good comes of that. So I'm going to be flexible with that and see how it goes.
Okay. John, any questions for the applicant?
Not currently, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Just kind of piling on my prior question to Sarah, what is your plan for the landscaping for the property? To make it a proper lot, a proper parking lot?
Well, there's gravel there now. I've done the landscaping island, which was part of it. You can't have more than 10 cars in a row. So I've had that installed.
So you've already complied with all the
Yeah.
landscaping requirements of the town?
Not completely. I've still got to nail somebody down to put some shrubs in.
But that's part of your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I anticipate doing that,
Thank
assuming you good people sign off on this in the next
Okay.
week or two, because season's right around the corner. So I want to move forward on it.
Karen?
So this is gonna be a gravel parking lot, not a paved parking lot, and not
Correct.
have the drainage and everything needed?
No, it's I've got the required 57 grade gravel, which I was told is what I needed to do. So that's already been done.
Didn't we have a standard that we were talking about with new parking lots and going forward as we looked at these? I thought there was conversation about standards of,
I don't think anything was fully adopted, and all of this is existing, so there isn't additional stormwater that needs to be done, and the vast majority of the lot is not developed. So there's adequate room for stormwater. They're not creating additional impervious. don't believe there's any requirement for, materials, but, let me double check mine.
Okay, thanks.
Scott?
I'm good.
The only question I have is just, I remember when we were dealing with Wasting Away next door to it, the fire district had an issue with being able to turn around at the end of that if they had to pull into that lot and be able to turn around, so at the end, you notice there's no parking down there. Is this adequate to meet their standards to be able to turn an apparatus around in there? Have we
If I can
discussed
respond to that, my lot's wider than that lot.
I understand, I'm just asking a question, if that question's been raised to the fire district.
Chances are it's not deep enough to require it, because if you think back to the majority of in most instances, the fire district has determined that they don't, that when it's not very deep, they don't have to turn around, they can back out,
Back
but
out.
let me double check the link.
Just making sure. And it looks like it's got a little jog out there, what I'm guessing is what the beach side is?
Yeah.
Is it it's always been like, so who owns that little section there? Is that?
Mr. Ganem owns all of it.
Okay, so why is there the jog out there? Why isn't it just squared off?
It was a swimming pool from the motel that was there before.
Is the swimming pool's
No,
not there
it's
anymore,
not,
it's been taken out?
No, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to build anything or make any. I'm just renting the property from him, so I don't want to invest.
Okay.
You know, this is like a transitory thing, so that I can try and make a few dollars, pay the taxes, until he gets somebody to come along and build something there. So I went around that.
Okay.
150 feet. So this is less than the length that
So
is
if it's-
required for.
So if it's
a
over
turnaround.
150 feet, then you need a turnaround, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this will be reviewed once it's at site plan phase by the fire department. However, in my years of experience, if it's less than that length, they don't ask for it because they can back out.
So this is according to the drawing, it's 155 feet on the one side. Would be I guess you'd say the east, south side, depending on who you talk to.
Where they will have to comply with all site plan requirements at time of site plan. So you're approving the special exception.
Got it. Okay.
But we can make sure that all the details are worked out at that point, at the point
Just
that
wanna
they come
make
to
sure
site
it's-
plan. Yep.
I don't want him to get his hopes up for someone to tell him he can't do what he wants to do now, later down the road.
If 5 feet's going to make a difference, I'll trim 5 feet off the back of it.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
See it?
Thank you, everybody.
Public comment? Anyone? Chad? No? All right, we'll close public comment. I assume you don't have any rebuttal statement? Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or motion? Scott, any discussion?
No.
Karen?
The only discussion I have is, this seems to be temporary until they figure out something else. But I still wrestle internally with, we keep talking about traffic, we keep talking about encouraging no more parking and cars not to come on. And Estero Boulevard is like a sea of parking lots. And do we want Estero Boulevard to be a sea of parking lots, or do we want it to be something attractive and restaurants and boutique hotels and bars and entertainment? So that's my struggle.
I was thinking about that, reviewing this as well. But what I have noticed, and I think we've all noticed, is people are parking there anyway. Whether it's a
That doesn't make it right, though.
I didn't say it doesn't make it right, but this is potentially an opportunity to clean it up until something permanent goes in there. And if you're going to have it managed, I'd just as soon, in my personal opinion, see it landscaped, see it at least nice. It's not just a dirt ground. No, I don't need you to.
Exactly.
I don't need you to come back up.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thanks. I'm arguing on your behalf, so probably best that you don't say anything.
You can handle it.
So that's why I'm looking at it. But I agree with what your point is. But if this gives us an opportunity to put some landscaping in there, clean it up, keep it monitored, as opposed to just having anybody park in there wherever they want to park now, I see it as a benefit going forward, and hopefully somebody puts something in there permanently to do exactly what Council Woodson is saying. Vice Mayor?
I thought that was a good debate. I enjoyed it. Good discussion between you two, yeah.
Councilor King?
Still got the concerns I think that Karen had mentioned, and Sarah, forgive me, but I'm not going to use the right terminology again, but it says this special exception request to allow a permanent shared parking lot, and I guess that confuses me as to whether it's permanent or temporary or what it is.
The code refers to them as permanent shared parking lots because we used to have temporary parking lots and they were allowed with different criteria. When this change was made, we changed the language from temporary to permanent because in our opinion there isn't really a temporary parking lot. It's a parking lot when it's a parking lot, and then if they want to do something else in the future, they change the use. So that's why the language says that is just because of the code reference and the clarification that was made when we changed the code.
Okay, thank you for that.
So, I have a follow-up question,
Yes, sir.
sorry. So, reality is, this could become a permanent parking lot, even if it's sold, people could just continue to use it as a parking lot.
That is possible. It's likely not the highest and best use for this property. It's not likely that it will sell for the amount that it will probably sell for and remain as a parking lot. Additionally, they are requesting very minimal number of spaces because they're just trying to make use of it, and they didn't want to have to go above and beyond and do a bunch of things. So they're proposing a pretty small parking lot, not even the maximum that they can fit on this lot. So if somebody were to purchase this and come back to us, the likelihood of them needing variances and needing something additional is very high. So if someone were to purchase it, you will likely see it again if they want to keep it as a parking lot because they'll want to put more spaces in there than Mr. Beach is proposing. I don't know if that gives you any comfort with the situation, but I mean, just that's the likelihood that they'll want to get more use out of that space.
Yeah, Karen, I agree with you. I think, everybody's, we just talked about it, we're at 40% hotel rooms right now, and this used to be a hotel.
I know.
This is where,
I know.
this density argument, these
And a
lots
sea
are
of
going
parking
up
lots on
way.
Sterile Boulevard.
Well, I'll make the argument again. It's a parking lot regardless of whether you let them clean it up or not. I mean,
I'm not arguing with you.
So now you're gonna see potentially, tow trucks and everything else going in there to take cars out or cars stuck in the sand or whatever's going on. I agree, it's not the best and highest use, but it's the best and highest use as of right now. And if anyone has money to buy the property and put a boutique hotel up, have them come see us. But until then, I think that it's a reasonable request. Your neighbors across the street, I don't know if you've talked to them, they were looking at solutions to try to alleviate some of their parking issues that they had to build what they're building across the street. So I would suggest maybe reaching out to them. Maybe there's something that it doesn't become a public parking lot. Maybe it could be a use for, your neighbor across the street. But any other discussion? A motion? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 25-24 SEZ 2024015 at 1240 Estero parking lot, based on the recommendations from staff.
I'll second.
Second, motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Councilor King?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilor Woodson dissent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item D. It is resolution 25-25. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving with conditions or denying a special exception 202-40240, requesting a special exception for the property located at 2584 Estero Boulevard, generally referred to as Estero Beach Club condo, strap number 19-46-24-W3-02000.00CE, to allow for the replacement, repair of paver decks, pool shell and coping, cement walkways, a cement foot wash station, irrigation lines, and a fence along an existing retaining wall located partially and entirely within the environmental critical zoning district, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Stafford?
I have had none.
Councilor Wilson?
I've had none.
I have not had any also. Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor King?
Nothing that I recall.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? No? Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yep, they're nodding their head. Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm a senior planner with your Planning and Zoning Department. As was mentioned before you today is a request for a special exception. This is a requirement of Section 6-366B3 that requires applicants to come in and request for the redevelopment of anything that was destroyed within the environmentally critical area. Before you today, as was mentioned, are multiple smaller parts consolidated. We're talking about roughly 3,000 square feet of different types of material, but this constitutes roughly 35 to 40% of their pool deck. So the replacement is largely their pool deck, the shell of the pool itself, some walkways, fencing, and a few smaller things that were mentioned in the application here. The applicant was originally, or excuse me, the applicant's building was originally developed in roughly 1971 to 1972. Staff has confirmed that all of the aspects that they are asking for today to replace, we can track those back to at least 2001 in some, and much further back for others, depending on what we have available through LIPA's aerials. If there are any questions or concerns from town council, I'm here to answer those. Otherwise, the applicant is also here for your discussion.
Okay, John, any questions for Jason?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor Wilson?
No.
Councilor Sack?
I do not this time.
Neither at this time. Thanks, Jason. The applicant like to come up?
For the record, name's Mike Muirhead, Vice President of the Estero Beach Club Board. I'm here to ask for acceptance of our proposal and thank Jason for the work that he's done. And if you have any questions regarding our application, I'm here.
Just one for me.
Okay.
Essentially, you're putting back exactly what you had before the storm.
Exactly.
Nothing new, nothing more, nothing greater, nothing.
Exactly.
Okay.
We're rebuilding.
Right.
And we're very anxious to get started.
I bet.
Financially, it's been a killer not being able to. We're going to be done with our reconstruction, and we just can start on our common elements now if this gets approved.
Okay. Councilor Saber, questions?
My question, just for curiosity, what's your timeline to reopen, do you think?
The condos?
Yes.
The one building is on schedule to reopen by the end of January.
Great.
The second building is on schedule to reopen by the end of February.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Our
That's
common
right.
elements are untouched, but hopefully we can resolve that today.
That's great. That's all I have.
Counselor Woodson?
I have nothing.
Vice Mayor? Counselor King?
Comment, congratulations on that. Somebody who's going through this now and just at the amenity stage, I can appreciate it and respect it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment. Anyone here would like to speak in public comment? Seeing no one here, we will close public comment and I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion?
Mayor, I move we approve resolution 25-25 SEZ 2024-0240, 2584 Estero Boulevard, Estero Beach Club.
Councilor Safford, was that with the conditions included?
With the conditions, yes.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Now get to work. All right, next is our CDBGR sub-recipient agreements. This is to authorize the town manager to execute 2 sub-recipient agreements for the awarded CDBG DR funding in the amounts of $8,336,753 and $4,681,844.90 for the projects submitted to the Public Facilities and Critical Infrastructure CDBG DR programs. Who's taking this?
Thank you, Mayor. Part of the, there's basically about 3 projects. One of them is coupled together with Parks and Recreation revitalization projects, and the other is the North Tower project. So we've got a total of $13,018,597.90. This is part of that HUD funding that was dropped into 1.3 billion or whatever. So we're getting our piece of the pie to be able to do these projects. I think Jeff can explain a little further, what projects are involved. They come under his purview.
So we have the,
Identify yourself.
oh, I'm
sir.
sorry, Jeff Hauge, Community Services Director. Under this, of course, we have the Newton Beach Park. That's gonna be getting redone, once we have access to that lot. We also have, streetlights down Old San Carlos, which we all know we desperately need. The pool is also one of them, the Bay Elks Recreation Pool, and then the North Tower as well. So,
When is the expectation to receive these funds?
and Frankie can tell you.
Yeah, we're looking, documentation takes till about the end of March, so probably looking at, the end of April by the time the funds actually get transferred.
And are we gonna put out RFPs for these projects before the
That is-
funding?
That is the next phase. We're at the planning of the RFP stage with the representatives that, handle this program currently. And, each week we have meetings and we go through those little steps each time. So we're almost to that point where we can, put out our RFPs.
Okay. Questions for staff? Scott?
Not this time.
Karen?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
I think this is great work. If you could just delineate, we've got 8 million and 4 million, one's for projects, one's for programs, is that correct? Could you just explain that just quickly?
The 8 million is a grouped ask. The infrastructure is for the water tower,
Mhm.
and that was the 4 million ask. All the other ones were clumped together. That would be the Newton Park, the Old San Carlos lighting, and the community pool.
That's the 8 million and change, yeah. Very good, thank you very much, good job.
Counselor King?
No questions, but I'll just kind of ditto what the Vice Mayor said. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Yeah, it'll make a difference for sure. All right, any other discussion or a motion? I'll make a motion to approve item A, CDBG DR subrecipient agreements.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mary Aller, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is item B, it's the 2025 legislative priorities. This is a discussion and approval of legislative appropriation requests for the 2025 legislative session. Andy?
Thank you, Mayor. Jason will come up in just a moment, but we've got a meeting tomorrow with the Lee County delegation to kind of go over these priorities in light of what we've received in the last, this last fiscal year, the tune of about $15 million for the town hall and for the parking lot. And Joe informed us earlier this week, I say parking lot, the 7-Eleven property that we've gotten all of our funding for that. We also are getting our approximately 7.7 million probably next week of our revenue replacement. So the state's been really good to us in the last year for sure, and even prior to that. So we're kind of looking at some priorities that we feel like are just ongoing, and we have to stay on top of this. Stormwater is one of them. The Linnell Road Tower Complex, that's been in disarray. That's what we would refer to the South Tower. That's been in disarray probably since around 2015 or 16. It just needs some upgrades and some improvements down there. Of course, water lines, I think depending on the direction of the water line of what we own and what the county owns and that type of thing, but we're looking at potable water project. And then, of course, town infrastructure, sidewalks, that sort of thing. Jason, if you want to come on up, and I don't know if you've got the email in front of you that we got from Tidal Basin, but there's these projects are in there, and I'll start with the stormwater systems. Currently, it's about a initial boots on the ground estimate of about $8 million. Of course, we have to be these need to be shovel ready type projects, and they need to be more like a 50-50 split. So it's $8 million project. We'd have to be on the hook for 4, or somewhere south of that is probably the ask. The other one with the stormwater projects, obviously it is ongoing. It's about looks like there's been no estimate amount talked about. I'm sorry, the South Water Tower project. Let me clarify that. A generator for that project is about a $250,000 purchase. We feel like, do you sit and wait on FEMA for as long as FEMA may take, or do you just go ahead and kind of get the ball rolling with the state at a 50-50 split of $125,000, and then anything we have to pay, we would only ask FEMA reimbursement for part of that. The other is the townwide repairs. Latest post Ian, again, that's the numbers we have right now, and from Tidal Basin, and that just has to deal with what was damaged. Anywhere from about an estimate of about $500,000 up to maybe $1 million. So we're kind of tossing those figures around. So if you want to go ahead and address some of the conversations we've had.
Yeah, so Jason Freeman for the record. Good afternoon, council. It's about that time of the year again when we're starting to work with the mayor and with our lobbyist and town administration, everyone, to start putting those requests for the next legislative session, which is starting up here in March. So it's coming before we know it. So we've got an initial word from Ron Book's team that they would like us to start working on those House and Senate forms. So we just need some direction on what we would like to go for. In the past, like Andy said, we've gone for stormwater, we got our town hall revenue replacement, which have all been really successful. But just looking for some guidance on that, and then we can work on doing a nice little flyer and everything that we can bring up for everybody to use as well. So, yeah, looking forward to an exciting session, and yeah, just getting the information and the input from the town council just to start that. We'll get our initial forms to our lobbyists, and then work with the mayor and administration, everybody on completing those and getting those submitted. So.
Scott, questions for Jason?
Not right now.
Karen?
I have a question. So the 3 that we have outlined here, I mean, first off, how many can we include? Or
as many as we want.
Yeah, I mean, we do a form, we can do as many as we want. The forms do take a little bit of information to get that financial background on them, working with Joe's department, and then we can write a little narrative and just kind of explain the stories with them. So it requires documentation for each, but there's not a limit, but they do recommend, like Andy said, construction, shovel-ready projects, and then always trying to have at least a 50% match to the project.
so is there any opportunity to include canal dredging in any of this?
We've asked those questions, and that's typically not something the state's going to get behind either, because of the amount of money that it's going to take. Probably something like that, we might get maybe a $20,000 appropriation, which really wouldn't touch what we need to do.
Their conversations with me have been we aren't really at a point where we have a program in place yet.
Correct.
So we'd be giving money to something that we aren't really sure how we're gonna manage it yet. So we have to get that in place before we start asking for help.
Gotcha, okay.
Kind of the same thing FEMA told us when we asked for money to dredge the canals. We
Right.
didn't have a program in place to do it.
And we kind of been talking a little bit to, you know, our lobbyists, and the information they're getting back is it's gonna be a conservative year. They're gonna really try to tighten the belt a little bit, so, you know, we felt like a lower ask, and I've been working with the county, with Dave Horner and Dana in Sanibel. Some of the asks are pretty similar of what, not dollar-wise, but similar projects.
Yes, ma'am?
Couple of questions, and this is, I think it's just, I'm working under this assumption, and I assume it's true, I just, for the public's benefit, as we prioritize this list, I assume we're working with Representative Botana, and he's giving us guidance as to what would be most viable in terms of what the appetite of legislature is. And then, so second of all, I guess my question is, it sounds like this appropriations that we're requesting requires a 50% match, and we're gonna use potentially a FEMA through / tidal basin funding it's sort of nebulous as the match. Will the state go for that?
So, and that's something new on the forms this year that I've seen. It's just that it does ask if you're receiving any sort of, is there a tieback to a hurricane or a natural disaster? And then also, are you already, have you applied for federal funds, FEMA funds, and FDEM funds? So that's something that they're asking us to put on the actual appropriation request this year. I think probably to ensure no duplication of benefits or anything like that,
Yep.
but
So
that is
oddly
something
enough,
that they wanna have us put on there.
the vagaries of waiting for FEMA money in this instance actually helps us, it sounds like.
That is, yeah, and I mean, I think there's a big difference between, which Joe maybe you can explain, this obligation versus, you know, just applied for the funds. So, there's a lot of projects I believe that we don't have obligated yet, that we've submitted for, but there's nothing guaranteed yet for it, so.
So I guess, and lastly, I know you guys are already thinking about this, just for my own edification, that the state would view the volatility of our ability to get the matching grant from FEMA through tidal basin, they would not view that with concern, or they would be comfortable with that?
That's something that we can look into. I think always having, you know, backups, you know, alternate funding sources, I think that's one of them, but, yeah, we can definitely talk with everybody and see.
Just a question, yeah,
Sure.
I don't
No,
know the
absolutely.
answer to it,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
You know, for me, I think some of this is the shortest distance between 2 points. Like you were saying, Jason, it's with FEMA, even if you will get to the point where it's obligated, you gotta outlay the capital before you get it back.
Yep.
If we can go the appropriation request route and get at least where we have to match half of it, we're only outlaying half the capital. Yes, we're not getting a return from FEMA on that.
Right, sure.
But it's an initial hit that's much smaller at the beginning to our taxpayers.
Oh, yeah, just to help supplement some of the other funding, so.
And they get moving on things.
And it gets the projects moving, exactly. Counselor King, questions for Jason?
Yes, are you just seeking our approval of these, 3 projects? Is that all what you're looking for
I
as far
believe
as
so.
guidance?
I think, and then, you know, we can work with everybody on doing those final amounts. We're gonna, Rana and Ron Book, they've asked just to get the draft forms into them so they can take a look at them this weekend. They're already back up in Tallahassee, so, and then we'll meet with the mayor and the administration, everybody, and just kind of move forward with those, so. Potentially just some authorization maybe for Andy and the mayor, just to continue to get these forms submitted would be great. But we just kinda wanna narrow down the projects and the focus, and then we can, you know, work with you on the specifics of the financials and all that for the request, but, just wanted to kinda get everybody to agree on that in a public setting here, so.
Maybe that's what, maybe you cut out earlier but that's what I'm asking. You're looking for us to approve these 3?
Yes.
For you to go forward, correct?
Yes, yep, and exactly.
And-
All right, thank you.
and-
A
hold on,
follow-up, I guess,
Counselor.
along some lines, maybe, to Andy and, maybe Frankie and Jason, I think was there, and I know you were mayor in DC with the lobbying of Congress. Weren't, stormwater issues things we were looking for help from Congress? Have we got any more information on that, or?
No, we did submit through Congressman Donald's office our appropriation request. Part of it was for the South Water Tower rebuild, as well as other things, equipment, things like that. I don't know the exact dollar amount of what has stalled out and is not moving forward and what is still moving forward. There's the election is going on, so our intent is to reach out, I guess I can't speak for Andy, but our intent is to reach out to Congressman Donald's office after the inauguration and
Correct.
see where exactly we are. If there is a duplication of asks, obviously, we wouldn't be asking for it on this, but to answer your question, yes, it was revolving around infrastructure on the south water tower specifically.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate it.
And I guess if we could, for some clarification, it is to Councilor Cunningham, it's these specific, but I would like if we could get the approval to expand upon the whole infrastructure if need be. I mean, these are just
Okay.
specific items, but
Sure.
depending on what Tidal Basin finds and
Yes.
what our staff and what Round Book recommends,
Sure.
and through
Tweak
Tana, tweak it a little bit based on the infrastructure route, if you will.
Yep. Sure. We can do that. Mr. Mayor? Yeah. I would make a motion that we approve the 2025 legislative priorities with the proviso that we grant the mayor and town staff the authority to determine the various appropriation levels with respect to each request as they, and to use their discretion as needed.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor Safford. Further discussion? I certainly appreciate that, Vice Mayor. We have the delegation meeting tomorrow.
Yep.
They don't need specifics at that meeting
Right.
tomorrow.
No,
It's
no.
just to let them know essentially where we're coming and what we're looking at doing. Obviously thank them for all their efforts. But I would, if you don't mind, add to that we bring back a final version of what we're going to send
Absolutely.
up to, of what will be our formal asks to through Round Book, so that everyone gets a chance to take a look at that before it goes in for final submission.
I would include that in my motion.
I would just say that, thank you all for your leadership on this. It's a very much appreciated.
Okay, we got the motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I don't think there was.
Oh, yeah, Councilor Safford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
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 Yep.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is ITB 25-01-PR, the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Redevelopment Project. This is a request to reject and cancel all the ITB 25-01-PR proposals for the Bay Oaks Recreation Development Project with cause, since all bids far exceed the estimated or budgeted amount as provided in the invitation to bid in section 2-408A11 of the Town Code, and providing direction to staff to rebid the project. Jeff?
Yeah, so I think we've been working with this Bay Oaks redevelopment project for quite some time now. We finally got a chance to put it out to bid. All of the bids came back too high. So we're gonna have to do some thinking, put some more specifics down to the actual bid proposal, and get that number down and rebid it.
And just for those that maybe don't understand what exactly was in that bid, what exactly we were looking to do with where we're
Yes.
sitting?
So part of it was we had that grant, that was a match grant with us, and it had certain criteria. It needed a multi-purpose field, not necessarily a softball field, but a
Right.
multi-purpose field, walking trails, lighting, more pickleball courts, parking. So those were incorporated in the thing. Well, we decided to just do a nice big open park. You could use it very multi-purpose. Maybe put some structures in there for tiki huts for maybe bands or concerts. Just a nice open park, which we don't have a lot of green space on this island right now. So utilizing that, but the bids all came back fairly high, and we'll need to rebid.
I remember we were going through this back before the storm. We were talking about building that building here, and the direction was we were going to try to piece it out instead of having one large lump project. Piece it out. Is that an opportunity to do that, to get the bids down?
So part of that was in phases. It was this took away the building, the actual community center. It also took away that I think it was phase 3 was the new gymnasium that was on that. So this was just that piece with the park, the walking trails, the parking, the pickleball courts, and the lighting. So that wasn't even including
Right.
the community center, which we had that $10 million grant for that expired.
That was a loan, not a grant.
I mean a loan. I'm sorry, a loan. Yeah,
Big difference.
Yes.
Joe's eyes just lit up.
Yeah, so we had that initially, but we didn't get
One word.
we didn't get an extension on that due to, and we couldn't build due to the hurricane. So we are putting that. We are going to kind of put a package together and rebid that, and hopefully we can get it done this time.
We feel like that what we can do is, the way we're gonna hopefully get it bid is this item, and then we can say, okay, it's gonna be a cafeteria plan, we're gonna do these three because this is the money we have. If, you know, kind of work backwards and kind of.
Are there
to your point.
restrictions on that matching grant that it has to be specific? And I guess where I'm trying to go with this is to think outside the box. With the CBGR funding that's coming and the pool, is it possible to piggyback those two together through the same contractor?
No, because it'd be
No,
very
it
hard
does
to do.
cost.
We're not.
It's a wait and see though, that,
They're two different projects too.
Okay.
I mean,
Just
it
trying to
could
see
be
if
the
there's
same.
a way to get it down.
and it's kind
No,
of a
they're-
time crunch now with the grant.
And the procurement standards are different from the federal procurement standards where HUD loan would be,
Yeah.
versus the project which we could do internally under a
Makes sense.
regular RFP here.
Sure. John, any questions?
No.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Councilor Woodson?
Nope.
Councilor Stafford?
No.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the rejection
That's it.
of the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus redevelopment project and send it for rebid? I'll make the motion to approve based on town staff's recommendations.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall? And Councilor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 25-27, right-of-way ROW licensing. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying and authorizing the issuance of permits, licensing agreements with private parties for the use of the town right-of-way for parking of vehicles, bicycles, motorcycles, and other modes of transportation, requiring payment and annual permit fees and compliance with other conditions as needed, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Judith?
Hi, good afternoon. Judith Frankel, Principal Planner. So if you'll recall, we spoke about this at the MNP in December. So this is a draft version of that, taking what we spoke about and kind of codifying it. In order to change the fee, we will have to bring that back as a change to the fee schedule. So if you would like to move forward, it's a kind of a two-step process. You'll notice we put the rate at $1,000 a space. That's a placeholder. We, would like your input of whether you feel like that's the right amount or not. And then we can make that correction, and then we would bring, I guess, this back at the same time as bringing back the fee schedule change.
Okay. Councilor Woodson, I know you had some questions about this when we were discussing it the initial time as far as the cost of the spaces.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, it's right where I went to. Page 685 has a list of the right-of-way permits that were issued and the annual fees. And so we're actually talking now, so let's just use for an example, 1901 Estero, 9 parking spaces, annual fee was $900, so that's $100 per space per year. And we want to take it to 1,000.
Well, that's, as I said, it's a placeholder. It's not really a recommendation, but we talked about it should be more than $100.
Definitely should be more than 100. I have no qualms about that one. But what I'm getting at is, and I know we have to do a different meeting for fee schedule and everything, but we have a placeholder. Will there be recommendations based on other municipalities of what that fee is that's usually charged? Is there anything in existence like that where we could get information?
I would have to do some research.
Okay.
I don't know if just a suggestion, I don't know if it makes sense or not. Joe, you might be able to help with this. Because they're actual spaces, could we, let's say we didn't allow these to be used, could they be parking spaces for the town? They could be.
Yes. With just the meters on it?
Well, what I'm asking, does it make sense in order to try to, kind of like we went through a few years back with the fees for the parasailing and all that, we kind of went to that fluctuating scale,
Right.
so that we didn't have to keep revisiting this all the time. I don't wanna make more work for you, Joe, but would it make sense to, instead of trying to guess and figure out what everybody else is doing, what is the average, based on the spaces that we have on the town that we're charging, what is that average per space per year, right? And that, it will fluctuate every year. To me, it just seems clean and easy and makes sense. Now, people that are gonna use these spaces may not like this change, but, I mean, to me, that seems like a fair way to say, here's what the average space in the town generates per year, and if you're gonna use 9 of them, maybe they only wanna use 4 of them, then we can use the other ones. To me, it just seems like it would be a good suggestion, but I'm open to hear what anybody else thinks of that idea. Instead of trying to come up with an arbitrary number,
Yeah. So are you saying though that we would actually put the QR code on these and they would be open spots and,
No,
or,
I'm saying
or we're,
let's-
we're
let's-
still
let's-
renting them?
yeah, let's just say it's, for simple math, it's $100 per space we make per parking space the town owns per year. If they have 9, then it would be that 900, right?
Mhm.
But let's say it's $200 the average space makes. Well then, because those, then it gives the person that is at this
Just
1901.
based on our own
Just based on our own revenue
island,
that we.
got it.
Right.
Got it,
And I think
okay.
what that would do is it would allow, God forbid we have to go through another storm, and we saw that parking revenue go up and down, it will
Right.
fluctuate for the people that need that space to use it, to coincide with what the town is making up the revenue.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, to do a calculation annually, and then the fee will adjust annually
Annually.
based on in-house calculation.
I think, to me, that makes sense simply because it's a, now they, it won't make sense for the 5 or 6 properties, they're not gonna like it probably, but at least they'll know in advance what they're getting into.
Yep.
And maybe it's retroactive because our year doesn't coincide with, or maybe we make it coincide with our fiscal year.
My only hesitation with that, specifically talking about the 1901 property, because we know that they need those spots in order to make their development work. They're gonna be locked into whatever that rate is. They wouldn't really have the ability at some future point, say because now probably the town is not at capacity. So
Right.
I know Tom Yazoo did a calculation of what the full potential of those spots would be if they're rented, for the 12 hours a day. And that was a very large number, and that's probably not what we're getting right now. But I would imagine whatever that rate would be now, say for example it's $200, as the town rebuilds, that rate's gonna go up, right? Because there'll be more demand for parking because there's more business and things like that.
Which would
If
make
that
the town's own
became-
right of way much more valuable of a space.
True.
But if it became unaffordable for the development, they
They would have to find some alternative way to satisfy their parking requirement.
yes.
Or come and ask for relief from,
Yes.
they would still be able to do that.
That is another option,
Variance
correct.
And I think, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, we know how much revenue we generated from parking alone last year, right?
Yes.
And we could easily divide that number by the amount of spaces that we have to come up with a per space number. So it wouldn't hold up their wanting to come forward, they would know that number pretty quickly as to what it will cost. And again, now it leaves them the option to choose 4 spaces, 5 spaces, no spaces, all 9 spaces in this case. Again, this is just an idea I had. I'm not saying it's the right one or the wrong one. It just, to try to not have to revisit this every single year under the fee schedule, it would just fluctuate with how our economy fluctuates.
Seems to be fair.
Open to input.
Seems to be fair.
Joe?
Would be town
Oh, no, I do agree with that. I mean, I was thinking if I were asked that would be my recommendation, that we calculate what the average parking revenue per spot would be, and then we would know at least that would be like the maximum that we could reasonably charge them, and
Right.
you could certainly charge less than that, but that would be, an appropriate maximum amount.
Scott, what are your thoughts?
I like it. I'd actually like to know what we're making right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, how many spots we have, how much each
Yeah, I
spot
mean,
is generating.
I mean, if you want, we could do that and bring this back to you.
Yeah, when we do that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. John, are you okay with getting those numbers, tabling this and bringing it back to?
If I could add, I think there's a couple things that are embedded in this resolution. I'm just looking at the sections that they have. Okay, the first section is, yes, we can adopt resolutions. But section 2 reads, the town council directs the town manager or designee to update the fiscal year 24-25 fee schedule to increase the fee per parking space. We could put a period there or just eliminate two $1,000, and then Joe can bring back a resolution that talks about how we calculate it and what the fee would be.
And then
So-
we could do it all in one meeting. We wouldn't have to approve this, then come back with another one to approve that one.
No, you still have to come back because we don't have the numbers as far as the calculation of what the fee's going to be for the fee schedule. What I'm saying, however, is that you could adopt this resolution today, which is authorizing staff to offer this option
Got it, okay.
to projects that might want to get a license agreement for parking spaces. We just have to amend section 2 a little bit to say, again, fee schedule to increase the fee per parking space to be paid annually to the town no later than November 30th for subsequent calendar years. We just take out the $1,000.
Well, would it make more sense to change that date to when we actually know what that number is gonna be? So, you know, I guess November's not that far after October, but October, I guess I'm looking to Joe for guidance as to what would be easiest for a county to be able to receive those funds.
We do receive parking revenue figures monthly, so we can calculate the annual amount at any point in the year, up until, the previous month that we receive those figures. And so we can set that rate, at any point. And of course, you have to do it in advance because it takes, a month or two to get through the meeting cycle, but we could do it at any point. And if we need to know this sooner rather than later, I'm not sure what a specific date would be, but we could do it now.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking is this November 30th date. If at the end of our fiscal year, you'll know the previous year what was generated in revenue, that would allow you enough time, because then we could approve it with our fee schedule at the end of the year, and then they would have till the 30th to pay that amount. Is that, that's
Yeah.
enough time for you to be able to?
Oh, yes, it
Okay.
is. But I was just thinking, if you need to know now for this purpose,
No,
we could do a calculation now as well, and then update it.
Judith, do you have a project that's maybe waiting to make sure that they have this option available?
Yes, I mean, that's what initiated this, is we had a project come forward, that's the 1901 Estero. And we said, well, you're asking for these parking spaces and we don't know how the town council's gonna feel about that, so we wanted to wait until we had a decision that they could indeed utilize those as part of their development project.
Well, which I thought we gave direction at that meeting. We said we are in favor of doing that, but we just didn't know what that fee would be, and they were okay with at least having that
Yes, but this would be the
direction.
formal action taken through
Oh,
resolution that they would have, knowing that you all have made the decision to have that option available. What I'm trying to say is that in section 2, if we just eliminate the two $1,000, you could adopt this today, giving the applicant a little bit more assurance that you're okay having this option, and then coming back with an amendment to the fee schedule that tells them exactly what the cost is going to be. It's just one scenario. Alternatively, you could say you're not going to adopt this today, and you can adopt it at the same time that you have the actual number.
Well, I think just based on what you're saying, Judith, and what you're saying, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution 25-27 with the suggestion from the town attorney
To eliminate
to eliminate
the monetary amount.
and to come back with what has been discussed today as far as setting the cost per space at a later date.
Yes,
That cover everything?
that works.
Okay,
I think that keeps everything moving.
okay.
I'll
Got it.
second that.
And a motion by Mary Aller, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Addo?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 25-26, ratifying contract FMCR marine debris, hurricanes Helene and Milton. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying SPA-24-14-EN for action of the town taken December 2nd, 2024, regarding the waiving of the town's competitive procurement policy and contracting with Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery LLC to remove debris from the waterways in the town of Fort Myers Beach caused by hurricanes Helene and Milton, and dispose of debris at authorized waste management site at a cost not to exceed $200,000 and providing for an effective date. Hey, Chad.
Happy New Year. Hadn't seen some of y'all since last year. Chad Shoots for the record. So yeah, marine debris. The good news is FEMA's paying for this 100%. I'm not sure where we're up to, but Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery has done a great job. They've been using the Lee County staging area on the other side of the pass to get the debris out of here. I believe they're on like around Canal 18, working with our harbor master Curtis, hand in hand, and I think making a lot of people happy getting the debris out. So we do anticipate in coming back to you and adding an addendum to this. It's more than we expected, taking a little bit longer than we expected. But again, the good news, as long as we finish it by, I believe it's February 10th is the cutoff for Milton for 100% FEMA. There won't be any cost to the town for this project.
Are they on,
Go ahead.
sorry, aren't they on track to do that? On
Yes,
track
ma'am.
to do by February 10th?
Yeah, I feel good about it. Been very impressed by Stephen Lee and his crew over at Florida Marine Contracting and Recovery, so we do feel good about it. He's gotten, he came highly recommended by Charlotte County, Lee County, and engineering contractors, so he's living up to it.
Good.
Council Safford, question?
No.
Council King?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor Hill?
Nope, great news, Chad. Thank you for your efforts.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Chad.
My pleasure.
All right, is there a motion to approve resolution 25-26?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hill?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution of the Town of Fort Myers, Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the town manager to execute change order number 1 of contract ITB-24-03-EN between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Aetna Marine and Construction Company LLC, adding 24 days of contract time to construct the Estero Island Beach Renourishment and Hurricane Recovery Project and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Right, so due to the storms, asking for additional time, my recommendation is that it's a reasonable ask. We just started pumping, or will be pumping down south. They've gotten everything situated, testing the pipe integrity and boosters right now. So 327,500 paid cubic yards to date, and another 30 or 40 free cubic yards. Their price of doing business, I guess, if it's not in the design template. So we've gotten a lot of sand out there, and we're moving to the south right now, which it's a great moment. That's a new project. We've never put sand down there before as an engineer design, and going to be adding a lot of beach for folks.
Is the minor changes to the pump situation we gotta do on the north end, is that gonna add any more time delay to this?
There may be a change order coming for that, but we'll talk to Adna. I mean, there's always a lot of, horse trading, and they're happy to make us happy to a certain point, which is why we're asking for it to as you know, we've already moved it another, a couple hundred feet from the first placement, and then we're gonna move it another couple hundred feet. They've just asked if they can do that during downtime, so they're not sacrificing production. We're already on a tight schedule with the shorebird situation, and wanting to get the south pumped to design as quickly as possible.
Okay. Councilor King, any questions for Chad?
I have none currently.
Vice Mayor? Councilor Woodson?
Nope.
Councilor Safford?
I'm good.
All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-29 for the Aetna change order?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor King,
Second.
second by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying SPA-24-13-EN for action of the town taken October 24th, 2024 regarding the waiving of the town's competitive procurement policy and contracting with ICS Materials, Inc. to screen debris from the sand overwashed by Hurricane Milton to reduce beach-compatible sand, placed and grade beach-compatible sand onto the beach, remove debris from the beach, remove debris sand from right-of-way and town property, and deliver to debris management site, and dispose of debris at authorized waste management site, and approving payment of the ICS Materials, Inc. invoice numbers INV 121024-31, INV 121024-31, INV 121124-31, INV 121924-31, and INV 122324-31 in the amount of $721,814.17 and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Right, so this was the sand at the old town hall staging area. I think it ended up being around 20,000 cubic yards, so quite a bit of sand. This is also a Category A FEMA public assistance project that's 100% paid for by FEMA. If you look at the price per cubic yard, I think we're under $40 a cubic yard easily, maybe $35. I haven't done the math on that 721, but it sounds about right. And with the market rate being around like $70, $85 a cubic yard, it makes good use of that material to put it back on our beach to protect our properties. We basically use the old emergency berm template to place that sand. ICS was our contractor for that, so they had the plans, stayed out of the Cobra zone for FEMA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife folks, and it's a good project. I'm glad we got it done.
Questions? Counselor King?
Questions, but Chad been busy, and thank you for all your hard work.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Adderall? No. Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm good.
Counselor Safford?
No, great job.
Thank you.
Yes, I do not have any as well. Is there, we don't have a resolution number for this, so
Mayor, it's resolution 2523.
25-23?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not the 24 dash. Got it,
Correct.
okay.
Sorry about that.
Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-23 for ICS SPA 24-13-EN for Hurricane Milton sand screening?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action of the town taken September 27th, 2024 under the emergency procurement policy to contract with Andrew Sitework LLC to take emergency protective measures to remove hazards to public health and safety from the town streets and right-of-way, authorizing payment of invoice number 2024-19E, number 1, in the amount of $154,282.75 and providing for an effective date. Joe?
Joe Wanzik, Finance Director, and I had volunteered to get this resolution as well as the following resolution on the agenda. The need to have formal contracts established for FEMA reimbursement purposes for these two emergency uses of Andrew site work is important to do. I think initially there was this informal contract or agreement with them because they were already here, they were already doing work for us, and they were in agreement to do that for us, and there was just a little bit of uncertainty as to how to go about formalizing that, and we sorted that out. So these are actually two separate additional contracts with Andrew Site Work, specifically to do the cleanup for Hurricane Helene and then Milton.
Okay. John, any questions?
None.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Woodson?
Oh.
Counselor King? Mayor Stafford?
No.
I don't have any. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-21 to ratify Andrew Site Work LLC emergency contract for Hurricane Helene?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Got
Give it to John.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, the last one is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action of the town taken October 10th, 2024, under the emergency procurement policy to contract with Andrew Sitework LLC to take emergency protective measures to remove the hazards to public health and safety from the town's streets and right-of-way, authorizing payment of invoices number 2024-19E number 2 and 2024-19E number 3 for a total amount of $96,787.08 and providing for an effective date. Joe?
Yeah, so this is the second of the two contracts with Andrew Sitework, and this one is specifically for the cleanup after Hurricane Milton.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 25-22?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Woodson. I'll second it. Any further discussion?
I just wonder if it's a little less money from Helene because of your heroic efforts, Mayor, to remove that dumpster from the middle of Estero Boulevard that early morning.
Don't forget the boat parts and bicycles and everything else we dug out of. Yeah.
You really enjoyed the dumpster.
He was into it.
Yeah, that was a blast from the past for sure. Thanks, John. All right, we've got a motion by Counselor Woodson, second by Mayor Allers. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is final public comment. There is no one here, so we will close final public comment. Town manager items?
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll try to move as quickly as possible. I think the main thing that I'm focusing on outside day-to-day operations is the town hall. The second, third floors should be completely finished probably within the next 7 to 10 days, which is that's a good step. That's a big step. We've got the final electrical things being done now. The first floor, we are in the process now of getting that going. We're getting a flooring guy, a ceiling guy, HVAC, ductwork person, working with our electricians. We're working with some contractor, sheetrock guy to get us going there. So we should be going pretty quick on those, hopefully in the next 7 to 10 days as we transition from the upstairs to the downstairs. The elevator, they should be coming in the first week of February to start working on our elevator. So it seems like it's been a long time, but it's really been longer because this company has been engaged with the previous owners of the building. So they've really been getting lined up to get this done. So we're ready to go, and it should be completed by the end of February. So that's a big step. Also, the second big step after talking to Joe Specht is our fire doors downstairs in our stairwells. Those have to be in place. We're working to get those fire rated doors put in, working with of course, we have all our permits, working with the fire department, working with everybody that we need to get this accomplished. The painting, for the most part, is complete, so we're pretty excited about that. The next thing is we did have a meeting, the mayor and I and Frankie and Jeff and with FDOT yesterday and went over several things with them. Amongst were the landscaping or lack of landscaping in that area. There seems to be some discrepancy. Of course, we were working with the construction group. They were the ones that came, so we're going above their heads in that respectful way. Their words, not necessarily mine. They wanted us to go talk to people above them about certain things, which will be all this. They made notes and are going to offer feedback. I just got an email from the PIO that was with them a few moments ago. Also looking at the traffic control, about flaggers, that type of thing. I'm working with LCSO on our end about traffic control, that type of thing at Estero and Crescent and Fifth, and also at the Old San Carlos north of Estero, just like we did before. So I'm working with that.
Andy, just a little further clarification on that, because I thought we already were using some staff to help in those areas. Is that true?
We are. We do have our staff trained to work in that area, and they have been helping. And I do know that the times that they're out there, it does seem to flow a little quicker.
Okay.
Our guys have really, when they get out there, they do a good job. Of course, they still get beeped at and yelled at, and they're doing the wrong thing, but they're really troopers, and they get out there and do a good job.
Just to jump into this, I think
Yes.
this is a good time, and Joe is here. I think we can all agree that when our staff is out there, someone's out there moving traffic, it moves much faster.
Yep.
But it was brought up in the meeting yesterday, the concern is the overtime that our staff is having to be paid, and should we be paying for that, or should someone
Right.
else? One, do we have enough staff, and are they willing to do it? If we were to authorize the payment, can we afford it, one? In the meantime, because as they told us in the meeting yesterday, it could be months before they get approval from the top, and then the season's over and we're kind of back to where we started. But in the interim, while we're waiting, do we have the funds if we make the approval to do that, or direct the town manager to do that? And do we have the staff to fill those spots?
Well, I would have to look into it better, but my initial response would be, we probably do have the funds because we have vacancies, and so we have savings from vacancies that, carry through the entire fiscal year that can be tapped into to fund that for sure. And if for some reason it exceeds that, we still have savings from last year we can tap into, and we have a contingency account that we can tap into.
As far as staff
As far as staff goes, the vacancies that our finance director mentioned is part of the reason that we are kind of limited on what we can do. The people we are currently interviewing, as the town manager has said, but the people that we do have here every day are more than willing to step up,
Yes.
and we have not had any grumblings. That said, we've been doing it for a little while. It may get a little long in the tooth here as we go along, and police have been doing a great job of trying to get people in here and stuff, so. Long answer longer, we can make it work.
Just a quick add-on to that question. We traditionally have had a contract with the Lee County Sheriff's Office for officers. Is that contract in place for this season?
Yes, I have executed that, and they have it in place. It's in
And
place,
those-
and they're getting staff now. Their biggest thing is getting off-duty officers to do it, but they're working on that now to get that
So they
accomplished.
haven't formally started?
Not formally,
their
but
piece?
I did notice, I guess it was about a week ago, it was actually New Year's Day, I came through that intersection, and they had a LCSO officer at Crescent and Fifth standing there. And that's not somebody I'd asked for, so.
To the mayor's point, this is a very frequent topic of conversation here in Fort Myers Beach. So all efforts appreciated.
Well, I would be, I feel, my colleagues, I feel comfortable in directing staff, if the resources are there, to getting people out there at the peak hours when we need them there, to keep traffic flowing, especially during the week when construction traffic is leaving at the same time. We've all been in the traffic, we all understand it. And if we have the resources and the manpower to do it until we know we're gonna have a schedule from the LCSO to be out there.
I think one focus, and to your point from yesterday, was having somebody at Old San Carlos and North Estero at certain times of the day because of the oncoming traffic, especially the first half of the day as they go to make the right turn to go that way.
Gets all
There
backed
is
up.
no turn lane anymore.
And I would be,
so it
I
backs up.
would feel more comfortable having, if we only have a choice to have an LCO deputy at one spot, that would be the spot versus Crescent and Fifth. Our guys can handle that. You're just telling people to turn, there's not a lot of foot traffic there.
You're not operating a
But
light.
We can't.
most people aren't gonna
operate the
argue
light,
with a guy with a gun, right? So
Correct.
you put him at that
No.
intersection,
Yeah.
he can actually get people to stop traffic.
Correct.
Where our rangers, no offense to them, but,
No.
I don't know that a taser's gonna stop someone from crossing
I'll
that
pass
street.
that along to
Right.
my contact with LCSO as she's starting to do the schedule and stuff, prioritize that and then work out.
I would support your increased authorization, Mr. Mayor, for additional help on traffic control.
Karen?
I'm good with all this. My only question was, even at time and a half, do we know what the difference is per officer versus our own staff?
I'm guessing cheaper than LCSO deputies.
Well,
but-
we cannot man the traffic light. That has to be an employee of LCSO.
Gotcha,
So
okay.
the only thing that we can do are the non-regulated intersections. The non-regulated would be
Fifth and Crescent. Got it,
And until
okay.
the light gets back at Old San Carlos, that would be another one because it's not considered an active intersection at this point. It is for our concern, but once the light gets back,
Technically.
then we could not be there.
Got it, okay.
And the last thing, one of the last things we talked about, which doesn't affect us, but affects the whole process, is the signalization on San Carlos, the double lights that one used to stop, and they were explaining that now they've shifted over, and apparently it's not picking up on the other one because it was a whole conversation with that. So
I
Because
talked to
the
Dave
lane
Horn.
shift?
Yes, I talked to Dave Horner this morning, and he was gonna Commissioner Malika was gonna speak with him about it, 'cause I know that's an email that he had gotten about that specific, so I know that Dave was gonna address that, this morning with his staff, so that's all I have, Mayor.
And then the lighting on the bridge.
Yes, I know, and that was kind of a source of contention with me yesterday, because I sit there and I stare at that bridge every night, and it's like the lights are out, and you turn on there, you sure the lights have been working? Absolutely, so, and I talked to Dave about that as well this morning, and he was gonna address that with his staff and from his angle as well, so and he also sent me a contact at the state level that they use, so I just got that this morning, so we'll be reaching out to that person. That's it.
Nancy?
No items.
Just one quick one for you, Nancy. I had an inquiry about the litigation with the owner of Kia Stero on the parking enforcement litigation that's currently ongoing. I noticed that it was not on the special magistrate's calendar to be heard. Could you just give us an update as to what's happening there?
On Kia Stero?
The owner of Kia Stero? Yes.
Yes, that one is actually pending in court, in the judicial court, not before the special magistrate. No, for an appeal. So the magistrate had rendered a decision basically in favor of the town. The owners of Kia Stero basically had an appeal period, and they did file an appeal. Now their time period has run, and we have to file a response by, I believe it's the 24th of this month. And we're working on that right now, an appellate brief.
And then we're at the mercy of the court schedule at that point?
Yes, but Kia Stero still has the ability to reply to our answer, and then we will see what the court says.
Thank you.
But in the meantime, the fine is still accruing based on the magistrate's.
That is correct.
Do we have an idea where he's up to now this time around?
The amount of the fine, I do not have that number.
Be interesting if we could get that.
So yeah, the $500 a day, wasn't that the ruling, was it $500?
Yes, it is,
Yes.
because it is a
Yes.
repeat violation.
That's a lot of cracker.
That pays for overtime.
Well played. Anything else, Nancy?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Council member items to report. Council Sacker?
I have nothing.
None.
None. Council King?
I'll just quickly, thank you for accommodating me today. This is the only vacation my wife takes, and in the past I've come home early, and I enjoy spending the time with my best friends, so thank you.
Well, hope you're having fun. I just have
I am.
a real, if we could get an update, I know we had talked about in January potentially scheduling the comp plan review with our residents. What's the plan with that?
We had a meeting with Frankie, Andy, and Joe regarding extending the contract for Corradino Group as they would be involved in the public outreach portion too, because it's still the comprehensive plan. I would be handling sort of a component of that from the LDC side, but we need to get that contract ironed out so that they can move forward with that. We're working on it, it sounds like.
Without being difficult, Sarah, this is for them to handle the public input side?
Yes, so the idea was that you wanted to have more of a vision,
I love the public input side,
Yep.
but having them do it
Versus
gives
us.
me pause.
It's still within the comprehensive plan. That's not really a component of the land development code in the same way. So the comprehensive plan visioning process is much broader than what we would have for the LDC visioning process. Because I did have it in my contract to do some amount of that for the LDC, but it's a much bigger process when we're looking at the entire comprehensive plan.
So you don't have the capacity to take that on?
I do not. And they have a very good background in the public engagement realm.
So, what's a time frame? I know people, we're starting, obviously, we heard it today in the public hearings, people are starting to reference what we've told them is coming.
Mhm.
We have any inclination as to when this is gonna be ratified, so we can,
We had a few talks, right before the holidays, and that's kind of where it's at. So this is something that's gonna be up and handled possibly this week.
okay?
Yep. And, I mean, Eddie and I have already been discussing timelines and what would it look, what it would look like and what we would be interested in doing. So, based on the conversation that we had with them, what they're interested in having, what the town wants to do, we're gonna move forward from there. So I apologize, that's not a straightforward answer, but that's the answer I have.
So is there potentially gonna be a meeting this month for people to come and give input?
That would be the hope by the end of the month.
Okay, that's kinda where I wanted to get.
But we do wanna make sure that there's adequate advertising, unless we're gonna do a pop-up event. I am interested in doing some pop-up events that would be at things like the farmer's market on a Saturday, something like that, where we would get like regular people that are just out and about doing their, shopping, whatever they happen to be doing around town, so that we can get some input from people who maybe aren't as interested in showing up to a meeting. So, it might be sort of that kind of event that we do this month that doesn't require the same amount of advertising, and then plan to do something that does require advertising and scheduling in the next month.
Okay. Well, since you're there, I'll ask you the other question.
Okay.
Impact fees, how is that coming along?
Jason will be at the next town council hearing on the 21st,
Okay,
to
good.
discuss with you where we're at in that process.
Perfect.
And I can add that Jason and I have had a couple of conversations on that, and we've already developed some good ideas on where we can get projects. You have to have a designated project in mind to correlate that impact fee to.
Sure.
And so we've got to compile a list of that and get that all to you as well, to peruse that before the meeting.
Perfect. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, John?
To adjourn and aloha.
Motion to adjourn.
Staying with us?
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We are